The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Previously on Stone to Space.
For the start of Chapter 3, we went to Kerbal Space Program to learn how to make rockets so that we could explore the stars for a new home. We began playing on career mode while not knowing anything about what we were doing. After doing some research off-stream, we then moved to the science mode with newfound knowledge. We went to both moons, created communication networks, planes, science missions, a space station, and then ended the game by traveling all the way to Duna in the Antari ship.
After arriving at Duna, our ship the Antares fell apart, causing us to land on Duna and mine its resources so that we could fix the Antari ship. We unlocked various buildings, and also different types of science. After fixing everything but scanners on the ship, we then left the planet behind us as we continued to travel in space. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Oxygen Not Included. But anyway, this is our colony. And what we were doing at the end of our last stream on Wednesday was getting our power set up to the way that it's going to be going forward. Now, a lot of this is not going to be working up top, because what I do with my colony is I put in inside the actual base where it's cooled for the dupes, I put a battery room. So it's just a bunch of regular batteries. They're not smart batteries, but this is just in case I for some reason lose power on the main power spine, that the batteries have a little bit more time for intermittent blackouts. Now, you don't have to. I don't have to. I just like to do it because I think it's a neat thing to do. It's kind of like when you have solar panels, IRL, you know, during the cloudy seasons, you're running mostly off your batteries. That's kind of the system that I'm going for here. But that's why these two cords are going upwards and not connecting into anything, because this technically is the roof of all of our rooms. But now that I remembered a battery room, we're probably going to put the battery rooms here and then have that as our top room. Outside the colony is going to be where my transformers are. And I did the math on it recently, and I think we were doing 4 transformers. Because I am getting rid of... I'm trying to find pictures here. I'm in the wrong file. I'm getting rid of one thing on the base that I don't think we need to use for this specific colony. What was... Oh, the power line that we're getting rid of is for the food, because we're doing an outside food farm this time. Last time I did food inside. Kin's having a meeting. Now they go away. They're back there causing trouble. They do actually now have a cardboard box. I went to the grocery store the other day and got a box of assorted small bags of chips, and I emptied the box. So now that is at the bed in kind of the top right corner of the camera. And they do jump in it and play in it. Anyway, in here we're doing the left, or the fourth power spine, which is also going to power everything down here. And I think we're waiting on more cobalt, because I don't think we can do the whole power line with just 500 kilograms of cobalt when each power line requires 25. Yep. So we could do 20 power cords right now. Is that enough to finish this one cord? It might be. I'm not sure, but it might be. Let's see, I have to start from this door. There's going to be a conveyor loader right here. It goes to this. Now we get an extra 2 because there's 2 power lines already built there, so we'd get to right here with our current amount of cobalt. We also need to come down here for a gas pump. Let's put that in now. while we're waiting for cobalt. Now this doesn't have to be a decor item, it's going to be regular. We're also going to be putting a lot of automation on this. And by a lot, I just mean one line of automation. Pretty much, we're going to have 3 pumps taking out all the nasty stuff from the bottom of the base. There's going to be a pump on the right, on the left, and somewhat in the middle. Doesn't have to be exactly in the middle, but this is an even number, so we might as well put it right in the middle. Let's do that now. Right there in the middle. In terms of the pump that goes over here, it's going to be right here. But we need to finish out this base, or this portion of the base. What is going on over here that they're not doing this? Oh, we just need to power it. Wait, no, that should have power there. What does not have power? This one transformer. So the moment that these would, if these could kick on, they would immediately drain out all the power in these 2 transformers. But right now, the power to the pumps that power the generators that power everything is turned off. I need to figure out the best way to put power in here. I think what we're gonna do is a small line that just goes like that. And then we'll connect it in there. And if I switch to that kind of cord, it won't mess up this. This is a temporary line. It's just to jumpstart the system to get this transformer working for a second. And then we're going to disconnect it. I'm going to keep the cords here because at some point I will have an actual line going all the way down, and it's a good choice to keep your temporary jumpstart line there in case something goes wrong down the line. But we have a bunch of automation in here. Congrats, Gene, on catching Electivire. We have a lot of automation in here that should stop this from ever getting to the point where we run out of power. The top portion that I have opened up here is only going to take out hydrogen when it's more than 500 grams per tile. So if we need to later on for a quick jump start, we can turn this down to like 400 or something, and it'll take a quick burst of power. Now, it has already started doing some hydrogen. And this is going to keep overloading, so I'm going to disable auto repair. We don't want them to fix that. And I just need to keep this going until there's a decent amount of hydrogen being shipped, which actually looks like right now. This isn't enough to keep the whole thing running, but that should be enough for it to turn on and on every now and then. So if I just disconnect that and delete that. Now, we also need to disconnect up here because it is still going to blow this wire even if it's not used, because over here is too much power for one small wire. Need to go back and watch Wednesday stream, watch your power setup. There's not much power really done. All we were doing was adding wires to where they're going to be at the end of the colony. We haven't really added anything. All we did was add this power generator for our water filtration. Down here, this was finished on Monday, I think. Or it was finished last Saturday, but I don't think it was finished last Saturday. So how much hydrogen's new? Now we're getting a full line. Eventually, this is going to back up in the line, and we'll have to find a way to get this out. We should probably do that now. I'm going to pause for a second. We need to be able to ship all the extra hydrogen to this generator, I think, for right now. That's not going to be able to fill in both of those generators, but we might as well... Well, let's go on to the ladder. We might as well allow it to go to both generators, and for right now, this is going to be a temporary line. At some point, all the extra hydrogen is going to come down here to a dirty brick. I hope you're excited for that. And that's going to be all powering everything else. We have an operator 4 tablets for food poisoning. We're gonna take that because we did not get our first 12 dupes yet. How much cobalt do we have now? We have 800. Now we have 900. That's 36 total tiles, if I'm counting correctly. So that's definitely enough to do this entire line. But it's not enough to get down to here. This is the only other thing that's powered on this specific spine there. And for the moment, until we have everything set up at the top, everything's going to be powered just together. And a lot of the stuff that we're going to add wires to are not going to be placed in until later. And what I like to do is I put too many things on one line until it blows the line, and then I take it off that line, connect one building to a different line. And I've done the math on everything we're going to put onto these lines later on, to where if everything were to turn on, it should be fine, but it might damage the line occasionally. So it's going to be dangerous looking, but the math works out in the end. Now, they are still not mopping this up. They did a little bit right here, as you can see that there's some bottles. Why are they not picking this? Oh, because I don't have it on sweep. I forgot we switched to a dispenser here, which needs you to sweep it up in order for it to be put in there. I see someone, aka Willow, was just enjoying the jukebox. Is that jukebot? That is! Oh, that's cool. It's a little robot. I never noticed that it didn't say box. I thought it said box this whole time. We could also dig out all the way over to here, because we are going to make this a room. Now, it's not going to be like a decor room for morale, because there is no room for batteries as far as I can remember. I know there's a power station, but I don't think that includes batteries. No, it's just for heavy-duty generators. What do we actually get? We will have stables. We won't have a farm, greenhouse, but we could make that extra thing in our farming area later on. We're gonna have private bedrooms, we're gonna have a washroom. We right now have a latrine. We're gonna have great halls. There's gonna be 2 great halls instead of 4 mess halls. We already have the massage clinic and the hospital. I almost called it a hotel. This will eventually be a laboratory. What does this need? Does this count as industrial equipment? It shouldn't. Why isn't this already on? Maximum size is 120. It needs 2 science buildings. We have 3 in that room. It needs a light source. Does that mean it needs a powered light source? Maybe it specifically needs a light bulb to be able to turn on. Because we have 3 lights as well. I'm guessing this just needs the power actually supplied to it. When we dig through this, all that water is going to come down here and go down here. And a little bit to the left. I'm okay with that, actually. Let's check where all of our eggs are to make sure they're in the ranches and not somewhere else. That's all 4 of those. Things are moving. Okay, that's both pip shells, or pip eggs. We have a sun bug. That's in the correct ranch, the top one. What else do we have? Hatch, we have no hatch eggs. And let's clear the rest. Alright, so now that we have this opened up, all this hydrogen that's over here should slowly make its way up into here. Or hopefully way over here. How is there another cord that is overloaded? Okay, so now that this is working, and we're slowly getting this down here, if I actually disconnect this, that should bring everything up from up here. So we can, at this point, stop everything over here. So we'll use this just to get the rest of the water out of this, but we're going to deconstruct all of this. We are not going to have anything down on this line. No power runs across here, no pipes. Actually, there might be pipes. Pipes do run across here. But anyway, we're going to use these just to, you know, burn through the rest of this water. I am going to turn this to anything above 0. Let's just get through this whole thing. Now this should be enough to burn through all of this. And once we get through this, I'm gonna put a gas filter so that we can get hydrogen from both places at the same time. We're gonna burn through all the hydrogen that's in here until it's completely vacuumed out. Now, why aren't you going into both? I guess because we don't have a output over here. It's just going to the first input. That's fine. Let's deconstruct all of this. This is going to be here. It's just going to be an insulated tile instead. So let's bring this. Why does that have a liquid pipe? Oh, that's the coolant line. This is going to go all the way up to there. Because our way in is from at the bottom now. Okay, so once this gets completely emptied, anything above 0. And this is going to keep burning through it just so that we can finish. Now, why is this going upwards? I guess it's doing the same thing. I just want to vacuum this whole thing out so we don't have introducing more hydrogen up to here. Let's put in the floor. I'm going to queue up the floor all in here as well. We're just going to slowly make our way over to it though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're not going to be able to dig that tile, or build that tile, I mean. Then all 4 of that. Once they build this, I'll queue up digging that out. I'm more focused on doing the stuff over here. That's them building the insulated pipes. So now all the hydrogen is up there. I should probably do a temporary pipe. Just so there's some direction to come down here. There we go, now everything's coming back down. And now what I'm gonna do is not what I was about to say. I was gonna say just disconnect this from here so that the battery is the only thing turning the hydrogen generators on, but we want to vacuum out this entire room first. Gas. I'm gonna hit this on building so I don't deconstruct the wrong thing later on, because I am prone to doing that. We can now, since this is completely emptied of water, we can deconstruct this entire area here. So let's set this all up. Actually, we can't deconstruct everything in there because we have hydrogen right here on these 2 airflow tiles. And we're overloading. Why are we overloading our cobalt power? think we need to move our hydrogen generators up here with the batteries, so we can separate these lines. Aside from that Atmos sensor, they did build everything else in, so they should be able to mop everything. They didn't finish mopping over here. I'm also gonna queue up digging out everything there. They can get up to here. No, they definitely can. And then they won't be able to reach this tile, which is fine. You know, why don't I get the hatch range set up? I want to build that tile so that they don't drop down here again, like the last time we dug out a tile over here. Okay, this is all completed. We should probably build out this area. Let's cancel that, cancel this. We can dig that out, I'm fine with that. How many kittens are left? We still have 4. To go over what's happened with them. We have 1 kitten that looks like the mom. That also looks like the one we're keeping, but without the white paint to its tail. Or the white tip to it. It also has a black spot on its front paw, so it's kind of like it has a hole in its sock. And that one was supposed to go to a coworker who said they would pick it up at the end of the day this past Monday 5 days ago. And then next thing I heard, they were going to have to wait a week for stuff at home. And then the third thing I heard is my husband won't let me have the kitten. So they canceled. On Monday, right before we streamed, we had a person come over, another coworker, separate from the first one, that came for one of the gray kittens. They took it home and introduced it too early to their cat, so their cat tried to attack the crate before even allowing the kitten come out of the crate. So they got too scared to have the kitten, and they brought it back. And then the third kitten we were giving away, the other gray tuxedo, everyone that we've set up for that kitten has just not responded. We had 2 people sign up for that kitten, and neither one of them are answering their phones. So right now, I am taking care of 5 animals. And it is getting stressful. I already need to get more food, and I just got cat food 8 days ago, last Friday. Okay, we can deconstruct that, we can deconstruct this. We can actually get in here and deconstruct everything down here. So let's get in there and deconstruct all that. We're going to deconstruct all of this. This bridge, and connect them in. And we need to deconstruct this, and pipes. Need to connect this back in. We don't need those. That should still allow the somewhat small amount of hydrogen coming down here. As we have more dupes, it's going to be calling in more hydrogen to feed, you know, the power network of it. And they still can't get down here. Alright, so now I can actually get in here. I want to mop that before I let it go down. I'm gonna leave the ladders in here because we might need them temporarily later on. And we're just gonna mop up everything in here. Let's do power. Automation I should have already done. Pipes I should have already done. Because we had them queued up before they were even allowed in there. We have cobalt just laying here. Oh, that's from the constructing stuff in here. Okay. Looks like Regus is building in the tiles. Oh, and they also built in that one. Hopefully that liquid just pops out instead of getting destroyed. Because there's a liquid right here, so it should just like mix in with it. Game-wise. Because I know when we build this, it's going to push the liquid up. I'll wait until someone comes to build this, and then I'll place on the next one. Here comes Willow. Okay. Once they build that tile in, we are good to go on the rest of the base. That's gonna go there. I cancel that. We are now going to queue up these. No. We'll wait for them to build these. Alright, I need tiles throughout here. I'm gonna cancel those. This is going to be our Drecko ranch, which is going to need tile there. This down here is going to be a Dreckos, so that's going to have also 2 tiles. Deconstruct those. They mopped up all the liquid in here, so we can also place in the tiles down here. We're going to combine these 2 tanks of water. Actually, let's just place in the door instead of digging that out. Willow might get trapped. I think Willow actually is trapped. Well, now they are. I need someone to come over here. Are they going to suffocate to death? Yes, they are. Okay. There they go. They're free. I was thinking about putting a death counter. I don't know if anyone's interested in seeing how many times we have a death in this specific colony. Because it means that we're going to reload the game every time we have a death. What do you guys think? Would you be interested in having a death counter? And then over here, we're going to have to slowly build in the tiles because this liquid is going to be in the way. Or could dig my way over here. If I were to dig like this, and then like that, that'll allow us to make a way for the liquid to drain down here before opening it up. Let's deconstruct this because it looks like it's in our way. Regus, what are you doing? Oh, I think Regus was building this after something got built, so it just messed up the visual. But now if we deconstruct, or dig that out, that should drain all of the liquid down here without making a mess. Get rid of all that. Oh, I actually should have left the hydrogen in here. Now I have to supply hydrogen to this room. I didn't think that through. Okay, they did all that, so we can actually dig out all of this. No, don't deconstruct that. We want to build in the floor. I was gonna say the roof, but that's the floor. Deconstruct this, deconstruct this. I actually want these done now, please. Then we'll just queue up the ladders like that. So they have a ladder going from here down. What else are we doing from here? We need to find a way to get all of this. But would fixing the power spine be better? Probably. And instead, I'm going to add even more stuff on the power network. I'm not going to run right away because there's no pipe to it, but either way. Now, the moment that they get all the tiles in here, they're not going to have a place for them to sleep, although these 2 hatches are still sleeping, and the 3rd hatch. They might be trapped in there. It says unreachable and looking for food. I think that might be just a visual glitch. It's not actually on the tiles that it's staying at. Deconstruct that. They built this in, so now they can come out here and do those. We're going to dig this, and all of this. And that should allow us to build everything else we have queued up. Especially once they build this door. It's time to deconstruct that ladder. Oh, now they made it down here. I shouldn't have dug this out before they placed in the tiles. That's okay, we have a rancher, so we can ranch them into the correct tile. It's not too bad. Gino, you just got yourself trapped in there. Can I have somebody do this door? At least you have a place you can breathe in. Thank you, Regus, for saving Gino and Taco. Now, we should probably do the first prediction since we're now almost at an hour in. So what's in a pod? In the top left corner in blue is it clothes, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You have 10 minutes to decide. Okay, these are actually stuck in there, I think. Oops. If I just wrangle them, they should stay here. Relocate you to here. Relocate you. Oh, that was cancel. Stop moving. Relocate you to here, and the last one is the sage hatch. And then also the egg that's right here. And I want all of this on a 7. Now, it seems like at night they popped out of the floor. So I don't know what was going on with that. We're gonna keep this opened until we dig down here and get into this portion, because I want a way for us to get everything that's down here. And they're doing the conductive wire over on this side. Here's a different kind of pod. Mealwood or mallow seed? Let's go for the mallow, because we have enough mealwood. At least when we are building these wires, they're close to where the cobalt actually is. We do have cobalt down here. It's not a lot, but it's enough that we would actually use it. And now that we have those doors open, we can come in here. We also don't want this. That's where our last pump is going to go. They're doing the relocating of all the critters. We'll put that there. We can set up this entire pump system to come up here. I do have conveyor rails that go in there. They might start an issue with power. How much longer does this have? I want to dig out the rest of these tiles, but we need this to come up here, or else the fish aren't going to be able to eat. And it's at 850 kilograms per tile. So it's not too far off, but at the same time, can't do it now. There's some cobalt here. And we're keeping these set up until we get Sweetos over here. we're not going to set this up until I have all the automation in here. Which we actually need to do a specific research for that. This is the oven. We need that. We're not going to switch out of it. What I need to do for the final amount of our automation is get solid filter. Now, the other issue I have is I like to get to petroleum engines very quickly. So I usually try to save our data for that. So we would need 310 data banks. There's a smile in chat, and this is the first time you're actually able to see it. Look at that. It's a cute little guy. So what I'm gonna do, see all. I want data. It should be 1 unit per science point, if I'm right. I don't actually know. Let's check our dupes. I had a feeling our rancher was not completed. Now we actually have everyone named. So Small Town Sophie came in on Monday or Wednesday and named, who I think is a Bert, the name dupe. So everyone does have a name now. Wait, did they ever finish sweeping this yet? No. It is on a priority of 5 in the bedrooms. So it's not like they're ignoring it, it's just not a high priority. Alright, so in the meantime, let's set up the range seer. So down here on the bottom, I need stations. Right next to it, I need the critter drop-offs. And next to that, I need shearing stations. And then, along with all that, we're gonna need food for the Dreckos, which are gonna be in farm tiles. And it's gonna be 6 mealwood, which is the last 6 tiles we have for the doors. Which is why all the doors are set up this far away, because it was enough for these 3 buildings, the 6 farm tiles, and then just for it to look all the same along with the trees here, I just made it go all the way up. You can, for things that don't need the trees and the shearing station, stuff like that, like the what am I thinking? The hatches. You can ranch them in a closer environment. So like you could have them all piled into the 3 tiles you would need for the station and the drop-off. You could have them just in those 3 tiles. But I like to keep them all spread out the same amount. So long as you have the water here, it still counts this as one big room. If you put a tile there, then it's not the size that you need for full ranch. Now that we have that there, we are going to, if I can click on the right thing, copy settings, and put some mealwood down there. Now what are their issues? Pressure. Because we took out all the oxygen, so we should put in the pipes. I think that'll be our next large thing to do. That's liquid. That's the base. There's all the pipes. Okay, so we're gonna do... Where's the hydrogen there? Or oxygen? There's a weird pipe going somewhere that I don't remember what it's for. But anyway. If I can move, there we go. We are going to put in insulated pipes. Now I like to do oxygen every other level, even if we don't need it. So that's where the first ones go. As you can tell, you skip this floor and it goes up to that one. That's the last one. Down here, we also forgot one tile. So we should see that this is a room, but this is not, because I was 97 instead of 96 tiles. This should be a room, but doesn't have the stable, so that's why it's not. We could put the stable in with these, because we are feeding them. We're not feeding the sun pips, though. And all this water is coming down here to mix with them now. That should allow these two water weeds to actually start producing lettuce after it drains all the way. Actually, this isn't going to work because there's polluted water up top. Alright, we can ignore that though. Now what I'm going to do is put this... Actually, it goes right there, so that's already planned. But then the next ones are going to look a little weird because it's not going to be every other right there. Oh, that should be correct. The last one I have planned out would be the one underneath the science building, which is right here. So, let's place in the pipes. This will get more oxygen flowing about. Now, over here, I have a bridge and a pipe going down and out of the base for something. And my only guess is that it's for the somnium synthesizer for the diaries later on when we get into our side stories. So I am going to put in the bridge. But we're not going to do anything with this yet. And then this just goes all the way through here. And up there. And then the next one goes from right here. Goes all the way down to this little guy. Goes across with the trees. Goes through here. All the way over here. Now what we're going to have to set up is a bunch of bridges. We have a bridge on the staircase going up. We also have one right here going up. That's going to be for these, which we can actually set up now. So let's set up all of this to go like that. This in here. In terms of what we're prioritizing with having a bridge, the oxygen is priority, so that does not get any bridges unless it has to cross over another oxygen. Everything else is going to be bridged over top of the oxygen pipe. So that goes down, this goes up, and this goes down. That's the hydrogen from up here. So let's move this over for right now. And we are going to need these pipes, but we're not going to need it connected. Now I am going to prioritize that stuff now so that we can still get the hydrogen down here for the small amount of power we need. Next, I guess should be all the pipes leaving the base. Let's do that. I need to come over here. This pipe here going up the ladder is for the oven. So we need a pipe, a bridge there, and a bridge here. Over here we're following the same directions on these. And we will be shipping our hydrogen down the bottom of the base. Or down out the bottom, I mean. This goes all the way up to here. This goes all the way up to here. This can go like that. This goes up. This goes to there. Then we need to go like this. And like that. So this loop here for the fridge or for the freezer is going to come to here and go down. The hydrogen's going to bounce over and then go down this way. They don't have to build that anytime soon. That's why I'm not prioritizing it. Go back to our hydrogen. Now, on this line that goes to here, if you can see, each two pumps from starting with the left is going to whatever is the bottom most. So this one here would have to come all the way over here, but we have this in the way, so I didn't go left and come down. So instead, I used this for Atmos suits, and I do what Echo does, and I load the suits from the left side in, and these can only do 5 at a time. And then we would have to go to a different pump to supply the next 5. Because the first 10 Atmos suits are going to be used so frequently that this pump, these two pumps right here, are going to be running non-stop. I don't think I've ever noticed them turn off because we always have like 4 or 5 dupes going in and out at all times, except for when I have to close the door for some odd reason. Let's go to the next pump, which would be this pump, which needs to come across here. We also have bridges coming across here. We might not end up using these 2 pumps because they were supplying oxygen to the farmland, but I might use it to put oxygen into the battery room. So this one, all the way across to here. This would be going up and over and up to here somewhere. Actually, this will go to the battery room. I'm looking at it. Let's build that in while we're here. But it would go up to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And all the way over to here. That is all the igneous rock we have. Which is somewhat not good, because we obviously still have more pipes to build, but that was supposed to be also our food for the hatches later on. We have another regular pod here. We have a farmer. We already have a farmer though. Let's do shinebug eggs. And then I need to relocate all of these where they need to be. I'm gonna prioritize these on a 7. How is the breathability in this area? It's okay up top. So we'll slowly fill in this area up here from coming down. It's just gonna take a while. Do I put any airflow tiles up there? I do. I'm missing an airflow tile. Right there. That should allow it to go downwards as it comes over and push everything down. In terms of what we have over here, we do have polluted oxygen. There is something to breathe in this area, but our carbon dioxide is going to be spreading as this comes out. We are going to have to do a cleaning of the air at some point. As soon as we're able to get all the polluted water out of here, it should be better off. And these still have too much water because there's polluted water up on top of them. We don't really need to prioritize any of the vents. I think what I should probably prioritize is finding more igneous rock. So this is sedimentary. There's obsidian. Igneous rock is mixed in with the obsidian. It's also up here with the Dreckos. Igneous rock over here with the cobalt, which would also maybe have Dreckos as well. We do have to get this cobalt at some point. So maybe that should be the first igneous rock We take, nah, I think we should get the Dreckos online. It's gonna be granite for right now. We'll replace it with igneous rock once we get up to here. And then I'm going to release all of that chlorine gas wherever it's going to settle. It actually shouldn't settle too much in the base. It should mostly go to the left. We also got all of the debris out of here, so we can close this off. Which is also not going to be igneous rock. So I'm just going to cancel that and cancel those. Just to see if we have any more igneous rock. We do not have igneous rock still. So I'm going to do this in stages. We're going to try to dig out as much igneous rock as I can before having to build up. And there is a flamingo in chat, which, even though it's an animated sprite, it's not really moving. So would that be considered animated? Should I be looking at igneous rock over here? I am. I also have sedimentary rock. Okay, the wires over here are bothering me. So let's deconstruct all of those. I'm keeping these two again, just in case we need them for temporary jump start. Now I should be able to dig these tiles as well. Put a temporary ladder right here. They will be able to dig out everything up here so long as we dig it the correct way. We do something like that and dig these tiles. These. Once they dig these two tiles, we can dig this one. All right. Let's take a look. That's not what I meant to click on. This is what I meant to click on. They're doing a decent job. They're kind of doing the middle of the base first, which is fine. I should probably also disconnect those, or else it's going to come down here and pile in on this specific pipe. Now, I would have liked them to prioritize more up here first compared to down here. But I guess it's wherever they are with their storage, perhaps. Okay, Gino is still digging out stuff. We have some amount of igneous rock now. Let's cancel that, cancel all of these. Well, first I want to build this in. I'm gonna put that on a 7, because I think when this... Actually, it's overpressured. We'll still queue that up on a 7. These, we're gonna go all the way up. That should use... Oh, not all of our stuff, okay. But anyway, this should allow us to come all the way up here and get the rest. And actually, I think I will add ladders going this way so we can get everything that's in here. And then the first thing I want to do is relocate this to right here. On a 7. We're going to set this up to be those two. I don't think we unlocked glossy Dreckos yet. We haven't seen them yet. So we can't even put them down here. I should have this set to an 8 though. This also to an 8. Now, the reason why we're doing mealwood is because mealwood allows them to produce glossy Drecklet eggs. afterwards, they don't have to be mealwood for the Dreckos, but it's kind of the easiest, in my opinion, to farm, since we have pips, which once the trees are able to have enough pressure, they will grow enough to have the pips constantly producing dirt, which is probably an issue since they're probably starving. Time until death, 9 cycles, because the trees aren't growing fast enough. And that's all due to the pressure. So I think what I'm going to do now is tell them to prioritize the left side of the base. All the way to each one of these vents. It's on a 7 because oxygen is a very high priority. And then, how much do we have? We have 6 tons. We could probably do quite a bit more of the pipes. Let's keep going. What is the next pipe that we're doing? It is this one here. Now, it is going to need a bridge. Right there, because there's going to be Atmos suits going through it, so it needs to go up and over. And then what I did previously was go over to here and then down. It is mostly hidden by buildings, so we won't even see it later. And that used up the rest of our igneous rock. I'm going to cancel to there just to see an amount of igneous rock still being able to be used. And instead we'll connect to there. The next one is going to go down over to the doors, down again, and then in here. Which I guess I did due to where the pumps are placed. Honestly, I think we're going to change which pumps go to which place. We're going to keep this pipe, this line here, with all the bridges. But I think I might actually break off this pipe to be for the next Atmosuits. And that's the alarm for the laundry to be done, but we're going to wait for the kittens. We're going to reorganize this area once it gets built up. But for right now, we'll just let them go through everything. How are they doing over here? We probably should also prioritize going up this ladder. So that Gino can dig out the stuff that we need to build more stuff. We have a Puffed over here. We're going to be ranching them at some point. Here's another regular thing. Ooh, a Decorator. Increased Decorator and a buff. So they've increased strength as well. Let's make sure we do need a Decorator. I'm pretty sure we need one. We do. We have no one in Masterworks or in Fundamentals. Stuff like this. So let's get our next dupe. In case anyone would like to name a dupe, this is the next available dupe to be named. Go ahead and use the 500 point redeem if you would like to. And where does decorating fall on the skill tree? Decorating is number 6 right after cooking, so they go right after Wubby. Which would be also right here, and that was Abe. Now who goes after Slicky? It says Max, but I don't think that's right. Slicky's there. Oh, a piloter, and then Max would be this. Why does this not seem right? Then it would be 3 more. I don't think I have this set up correctly. So it should be Gino, Willow, Dupe, Farmer. No, that's a farmer. So then it's Taco, Wubby, and Abe. Then we have Slicky, Space, and then Max. Max should be here. I swear I just saw something move behind the computer. Oh. It was Mama's tail. Mama's sleeping at my feet. Anyway, so after Max the Goodest Boy, I feel like I skipped things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we are on these 3. Which is missing the last one, Pyrotechnic. So we need a pilot and we need a tidier. So it should be Regus and then cloud cover here. Regus, cloud cover. Alright, so the only 2 things that were missing go right here. I guess it was Max being down here was messing me up and not being able to count these. Okay, once they finish these 2, we should be in a surplus of oxygen. How hot is this water getting? It's at 40.8 degrees. At some point that is going to be too hot. Regus should be able to come up here and dig out the next height of tiles. I don't think he's actually going to be queued up to dig this out until they replace it with the igneous rock. So that might take a while. Oh, the egg hatched. That's okay. We will instead just do this. Okay, they're getting there. I wish they would have built from the top down instead of from the bottom up. But they're almost there. How is the breathability now that we put that one tile in? It is spreading a little bit better. It should be able to spread through here. I think it is, it's just there's not a lot in this area yet. And then once it gets to here, there should be airflow tiles. Yeah, we didn't build all the airflow tiles I needed. So there should be an airflow tile. Why are these made out of aluminum? Are they all made out of aluminum? Is there any others that I missed over there? No. They're not. That is. Why are these made out of aluminum? These are not temporary. These are, so they can be aluminum. Alright, we're gonna look at metals. That does not help me see the airflow tiles. I'm pretty sure we did the airflow tiles correctly over here. And these should also all be cobalt as well. Alright, we're gonna have to do a bunch of cobalt changes. That's iron ore. Yeah, a bunch of this stuff is made out of cobalt, or out of aluminum, which it shouldn't be. We have our bathroom being made out of gold for the extra decor. We'll worry about that in a little bit. So now we should have oxygen coming all the way down here and supplying everything down here. Which it is, but this is where our previous SPOM was, so it's pretty much already full. What kind of gas is doing here? Oh, it's full of polluted oxygen. Right, did they finish sweeping the bedroom? They did not. So in the meantime, let's continue this going all the way down to this line is where we stop. And that should help spread it out further. Now it should also be going to the next level, which once they build the pipes going to the right, it should pretty much get all the way over to here. Now they should also be prioritizing building the ladder, because I set that as a 7 going all the way up. We should have enough to connect the rest of this in. I said this comes to here, goes straight down and into there. And then it goes all the way across to the right. Which again, needs bridges and pipes. That goes to there. Didn't mean to close out of that. We're gonna have a bridge right here. And for right now, there's gonna be a bridge there. I say for right now because we're changing up everything up here once I build it all in. And then this, I'm just gonna deconstruct, or disconnect. There's a Stunfisk in chat if anyone wants one. Let's put this on a 7 so that we get the hydrogen flowing again. Now you can't really tell what kind of Pokemon that is. It's one of the flatfish that stay on the bottom of the ocean and kind of just trap things once they get close to it. It's kind of like a Stunfisk. It is a weird picture. In the game, it stays curled up like my hand instead of just being flat. So I can't really describe it. You'd have to look it up somewhere. What time is it? It is probably time to open the pod. I see that someone put 30 points into wallpaper, so good luck on getting your points back. We have clothing. Basic bubblegum shirt. I'm pretty sure I have that already. Choose outcome. It was clothing. We'll wait a little bit before we do our next prediction, because we are doing a 4-day stream, or 4-day stream, a 4-hour stream minimum. Now, I also have not said anything yet, but we will be doing a 4-hour minimum stream on Monday because I have off. It is a holiday for the US. I forget what it's called. Is it Memorial Day? I always forget when Memorial Day is. It is Columbus Day. The celebration of some random guy finding the Americas, I mean. I think it's also being renamed to Indigenous Day to be more inclusive of people. Now, what I want to do while we're waiting for them to do all the pipes is look around. That's made out of just straight aluminum. We can change that to being cobalt. I think we did aluminum as a quick fix so that we could place it down. And I'm pretty sure if I change this, it's going to remove the settings. So I think what I'm going to do is build that so I can keep the settings. This we're going to change to cobalt. What else is made out of aluminum? All these lights. And this light. The conveyor emptiers. Do I care that much to switch out the stuff inside the freezer? I don't think I do. But then again, maybe I do. It's not too difficult to get in here. We're gonna get in here. These I want to switch. I should probably wait until they actually place stuff in for it. This is ready, so now I can copy settings to that. And then queue this up to be changed to Cobalt. Just so that I don't have to go through each thing and press load. That's why I only did one of these, so that I can load this one. All of these, on the other hand, are unfortunately going to be deconstructed. Which means some people are going to have no place to eat for a little bit. I might as well queue up some water for right here. Alright, what are they prioritizing? There is a lot of things for them to do. Looks like they might have been prioritizing getting down here, which we need to add ladders. Is it already filling up here? Oh wow, we waited enough time that it's refilling the top layer already. Wasn't expecting that right away. I hear them building oh, they're deconstructing this, I think. Alright, let's grab these. Place them back in. And the same with these. And these. Not that fourth one. Let's see what's in the regular pod. Saltwater or plug slug eggs. We don't have an egg cracker yet. I'm gonna wait. Although, we could have them as the first eggs in our starvation range. Now, usually I would put water in there and have them drowned, but we don't actually need to. Alright, I think it may be time to tell them to prioritize specific things. I'm going to tell them to prioritize all of them. I want them to finish off everything up here, because that will supply more oxygen to the top area. And then we'll wait. We should start to see that as we're going through all this, this may empty. Because we don't really have a big storage tank for it. So when it goes dormant, we're not going to have a good place to store all the liquid. We'll have to go back off of something else. And this is only supplying pretty much to over here and to the refinery. So this should actually back up and not be needed anymore, because we're not taking liquid out of here. Oh, it refilled so easily because we didn't finish deconstructing all the tiles. That's what's going on. Alright. In here, we want to put everyone in their tables. So this should be Gino. This should be Willow. This should be Dupe. And then next to Dupe is Taco. Then Wubby. Where's Wubby? There he is. And then Abe, the nameless Dupe. After that is Slicky. Then Max. And then we go to Regis and Cloud Cover. We skipped this one, we skipped the last one. I feel like that's wrong. I feel like Max should be here. Yeah, I do have Max in the wrong spot. This is Cloud Cover, this is Regis. They now all have their tables. They're almost done building the stuff that I prioritized them to do. So there's even more oxygen coming down. So we should be seeing that this is getting very bright blue. Especially after we build in the pipes to this one. How's our igneous rock doing? We got all the way up to here. We just did not dig in there. I'm also going to tell them to come through here. I think that point, and that's where we'll put our next ladder going all the way up. Dig that out. We're going to need ladders. Do ladders like that. And then let's do this systematically. So we're digging this out. From here, we can go up 4 tiles. Over here, we can dig 2. This, we can dig 2 out. We're gonna need a single ladder right there. That allows us to dig out all of that. After we dig this out, we can come up to here and get these. It's also igneous rock, so we'll dig that out. And then we'll have to worry about getting up here. Now we do have these ranched, or wrangled, so we just need to move them. Missing research station. Oh, right, this. Prioritize that. They should have power. I just need them to prioritize doing all this stuff up here. So, since we have most of this done, let's prioritize everything that's up here to be built. We don't need them to prioritize any of this stuff because it's changing them out for a different resource. I probably should prioritize them. Just so we can get them done. How much igneous rock do we have? Do we have a bunch? We do have relatively a lot. It just doesn't seem like we actually do have a lot. Okay, so the shine bugs down here. Goes like this. Connects into that pipe. Then we need another bridge. And to cancel that out. This goes to the right. We definitely do not have a lot of igneous rock. How is this top one being supplied? Oh, right, over here. This one gets supplied from this pipe for right now. Which means I have to go like that. And then another bridge because of atmosuits. And then we have to wait on more igneous rock. We almost have this done, so we can almost block off the entire bottom of the base. We are supplying oxygen to the right side. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it's all connected over to here. Let's do the next set of stuff on the left side. That's all of this. This. And all the stuff we just placed in. Let's do this a little bit too as well. Then I'm gonna have to go back at some point and change the priority of everything back. Why are these? Oh, they are on 7, okay. I was gonna say, why are they not on a 7? But they are. I just couldn't see it through the 5s of the pipes down there being built. Okay, so we are going to have to set up our batteries. This whole time we've been slowly making cobalt as well, so I should probably take a look at our power. Did we finish all the pipes though? Let me see if I finished all of the bridging. I messed up the bridging here. You're not supposed to have a bridge. Hydrogen should have a bridge. Prioritize all that. I don't know what's a 5 there, but that's probably to deconstruct. You go straight across. Alright, that should be everything pipe related. Or bridge related. There's an Appleton in chat. That's something I haven't seen before. I don't think I've even tried catching it. What kind of balls do I have? I always forget what kind of ball I have. Regus doesn't have the overlay. Let's quickly go to our stream. Because I may have something more useful for this. I have clone ball. Let's use a clone ball. Alright, since we have pretty much all the pipe networks planned out, let's go back to doing power. And in terms of power here, how much is currently on the line that's right here through the doors? If we pause and disconnect all that, that should show us everything that's on this. Now, it is already at a large potential load, but that is if everything is running at once. We're also going to have me and Gino catching the Appleton, but we're also going to have sweepers and conveyor loaders and a sorter on here, as well as the 2 incubators, which are already on. So this shouldn't overload, but that is enough for 1 battery system, I think. And then this whole thing is its own line because the arcade machine by itself is 1,200 watts. So they do require their own batteries. Let's just connect that back in. So what we're going to do is right above this, in the area we haven't dug into yet. I've been focused on other things. 3 Drecko eggs and a rocketer. Ooh. Their mouth breather, they increased air. We're not doing that. If it was without increased air, they get an extra skill point, and I would actually do it. But I think instead we'll go for the Drecko eggs. I'll leave the Dreckos right there because they shouldn't be able to eat anything that's over here. We can copy this over and then change you, copy you over to here, and deconstruct this. Now we do have the 2 Dreckos in here. So once we get power to this area, they should be able to be sheared. In the meantime, we are slowly taming them. And also getting Frostwrite, which is going to feed our shine bugs. Why do these look like they're not able to get cobalt? I think it's just a visual thing. Just checking to make sure that there's no other things that aren't made out of cobalt that should be. Alright, I want to change the priorities of the doors. I knew I changed them to a 7 by accident. You are a 7. 7. 7. transporting the animals our highest priority. The taking care of the animals are not on the highest priority. Okay, we got one ladder down here, so they dug out the rest of the stuff, which means that our water dropped. But because of how long it took us to get to that point, we're pretty much already about to fill in that tile again. So I want to tell them to prioritize this, this, all of those, the building of those, and these. They can also build that. What else isn't prioritized? You're not prioritized just yet. And that's all the building for right now that I want them to do. I think the next I'll tell them to do is all of this for the carbon dioxide to get it started. And for the most part, what they're building up here isn't stuff that we need right away. Why is there a poke shell mold here? Oh, because this is making lime as well. As salt. Alright, back to power. I am gonna have to tell them to dig this area. And then also... Hold on a minute. No, we do want them to dig it out. It'll be easier to mop it down here than it would be up there. How do you have polluted water? Oh. You're able to be used. That's how. We actually have a way to do all of this stuff. This is going to be a closed loop at some point, but for right now it's not. Debating on how we get rid of this water. Could bring it over to here, but that's temporary and that's being moved. I think we'll stay on the latrine for a while longer. And what is Gino working on? Gino's probably working on this stuff up here. I won't prioritize this for now until we need more igneous rock. Probably will be soon. Why are you not doing anything? Because we don't have this on a high priority. This is for water, it should be on a high priority. We could put a auto sweeper up here. That's probably a good idea. Hey, Mama. And so they should be able to do that soon. They did finish that one sweep thing, so let's do this. This is all set up, and Cobalt. They did dig this out, and it's going straight down to here. That is fine. It's also going to the right, which means it goes into this pool, mixes together. Jukebox is a power hog. It is. It does 960. Yep, 960 watts. But it's not running constantly. So mixed with the other stuff on that line that's not run constantly, this line is never actually going to have that amount of power once we disconnect it from everything else. Do I wait for it to stop pouring out, or do I sweep it up now? I probably should sweep it up now. So that... Actually, I should have did it with a 7 so that they prioritize it. This whole time they're getting soggy feet. Or soaping wet, whichever one it is. And then this. Here on a 7. I'm gonna wait until they finish mopping up the stuff up top. Actually, let's just queue it up again once they're done. Because I see they missed at least one spot. We have Wubby. Or Wubby at least attempted to mop it up. What does this supply to? I think it's a backup for Atmo suits. Could have sworn there was a bug crawling on my arm. We do get ants at the beginning of spring, so I thought it was one of those ants again. I don't know if you guys remember, right before school ended, I used to complain a lot about ants in the room. Okay, they didn't do too bad on mopping this up. I think the next thing I'm gonna have to do is prioritize sweeping everything. We can also go like this. Stop the air from escaping out that way. Look at how good the base looks now. And that's just with most of the left side complete and not much of the right side. Here is our gas overlook. We do have some polluted oxygen in here. It looks a lot less than it was before. That's probably because it's compressed. It's definitely compressed. It's not actually emptied out. We do have to supply hydrogen into this area, which is why I've kept the power generators down here. There's no reason for us to have hydrogen in there right now, because we don't have this powered yet. So that's why it's not a priority for me. So I am going to give them a moment to catch their breath. Maybe not, because I still have to build a lot down here. Construction. All of that, please. And that's not too much, so let's do those as well. Now the wood shouldn't be doing too much of a core debuff. It actually is. I have to find a place to put wood. For right now, I think I'll put a box down here that does random stuff we can't pick up, like the wood. I don't want to put it in here because then later on I'll have to take out a lot of stuff from in there, and it'd be easier if it's just in one box. We now have this completely filled. Oh, well, not completely, but every tile has water in it. This is our full fish tank. It's going to supply us most of our fish fillets. And you aren't getting anything done. It's on auto bottle, so they should be able to pick up water and bring it over here. Let's put that on a 7. Oh, we get a Drecklet. Don't mind if I do. Let's capture you, little guy. And that is our 2-hour mark of messages, so that means we are at the point where we do some kitten stuff. So let's take a break for a second. We're going to save this. So what's in the blue pod on the top left corner of the screen is like clothing, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper. There's also a Clink in chat, one of my favorite Generation 5 Pokemon, because it's just 2 gears. When it evolves, it gets one more big gear. Then when it evolves again, it gets another big gear. Oh, now you come up for the rest of it? Oh, I came up for more food. But anyway, get back into here. What were we prioritizing? Pretty much all the other buildings that we need to build. That should give us the remaining oxygen we need in this corner of the screen, as well as blocking it off so it doesn't just escape out right there. It will escape out the bottom. That's alright. Up here should be getting pretty full of carbon dioxide. Yeah. All the hydrogen we're producing being pumped in here is pushing the polluted oxygen up and out. Kind of. It doesn't help that we have a lot of things that are off-gassing. Why are you running? Does this hold less than this? That's 220. This is 40. Oh! That makes sense. One of these batteries is twice as big as a smart battery. This is charge over time, slightly loses. So this and this should be the same. No, that's actually 10 joules. 10, 20, 40. So I should have put another smart battery over here and not have it connected to anything. Alright, I am going to turn this down to 40% then. You know what? No, 25% should be half of a smart battery. And then just to make him get off it. Oh, we also need to do this. Hold on a second. Abe is a doctor. I thought it said decorator. Why didn't anyone catch that? You guys are supposed to be more focused than I am. We have 2 doctors now. I blame you, chat. So Abe should be way down here. Kill him off? No. We'll just have an extra dupe for a little bit. I am going to move him around though, so he's in his actual correct seats. Put down a 7 as well. How are you in here? Oh, we don't have to drop off. That's why you're in there. Makes sense. Got a bunch of things being built on the right side of the screen. Oh, we got some water in here. So that means this will slowly become sandy shells at some point. Not anytime soon, but at some point. Why are you being able to pump? Because you have power and no automation telling you not to pump. Alright, we're gonna have to go into automation then. Nope. Automation. This is just so that they don't pump. Because that pump is putting a lot of gases that we kind of wanted to keep. Once it cuts off, I'm gonna allow it to go into a different pipe. There we go. So I will let you just go right into here. Oh, there we go. We'll just do this for now. I was just thinking, should this be an airflow tile? But it shouldn't. Because this would normally be down here. But I don't have it down there because there's going to be an auto sweeper in this portion. This is almost done up to the bridge. There we go. We can now reconnect that. Disconnect this. That should be empty. Yep. Okay, so what we're gonna do... deconstruct this. And this one. Go into here, we need a gas element sensor. Just waiting for them to deconstruct that. What are they doing instead of doing that? Don't know, but they did just now deconstruct them. So we put 2 gas element sensors. We're also going to need a filter gate. Here and here. This will be so that if this is not carbon dioxide, no, if this shows oxygen for more than a cycle, then it will cut off the other pumps. I feel like I'm using the wrong gate here. No, it definitely is the diamond one, so that would be the filter. Okay, let's put in the automation. This goes down all the way over to here and in. Same thing with this one. All the way over here and in. Now you may be thinking, how are we going to get this one to go? Because what if this one is good to be pumped and this side isn't? Well, what we're going to do for the middle one, specifically, is to have it on an AND gate. So now this and this one has to be green at the same time for the middle pump to work. Why are you hissing at your babies? They're just trying to get some water. I don't know if it's a doesn't want to share thing or doesn't want them near her. Either way, we need to set this up max, and I set this one up also being max, and then this needs to be unbreathable if it's carbon dioxide, not oxygen. This is carbon dioxide, it does a green signal. So right now it should be red. Yes. Okay, then that means we can start building in the bottom of here. As well as over here. We have all of our food up here, so we really do need that exit. That also leads down here. Okay, what else are we doing? All this up here. There's a bunch of batteries. That's what we were going to do before I got distracted. So up here, I am not using smart batteries. We are using the regular batteries. And I put 6 batteries per line. That's one line. That's the other line. And then, just for simplicity's sake, we'll go like this. And the same over here. We don't have enough cobalt to do all that, but we'll be fine. And then above this should be the top portion of the base. Actually, that's where I have the trees. Because we are going to be running ethanol for food. So we're gonna need 5 extra trees along with the other trees that we have for the amount of wood we need. And Gino, I just now noticed your message about the skill scrubber, but we're not gonna skill scrub them because we will need the doctor later on, and that's the only thing that they're interested in for right now. So we just won't need to get a doctor at any point now. Why aren't they finishing this yet? Is it just low priority? Is that what's going on here? We've been building too much? Probably. Let's finish doing construction. Same over here. Finish all this, please. We might as well dig out a way over to there. I'm gonna go like this. And bring this down. This is gonna release a lot of the water all the way into here. We don't need anything down here anymore, so we're fine. Hatchling is the only thing we can get, so we'll do that. I'm going to immediately wrangle in the 9 because they're going to eat a lot of our food. This should be set to 20 so that any amount of hatches can be in there. Everything else should be on an 8. Yes. Okay. They're almost done all the automation stuff. That means this should be able to turn on when we have too much carbon dioxide. It is going to periodically be filled in with chlorine that will eventually be pushed away at some point. It's actually going to take quite a while for this to get kicked on. Gino! Oh, you're able to get up there. I was like, how did you even reach that point? Thought you were about to dig yourself into a hole. Alright, can I have everyone just start cleaning out the base? This box is done, so I can go in here. Wood. Sweep only. That should allow us to be able to pick up everything now. Do on a 7, everything in the bedrooms. Didn't get everything for some reason. There we go. We're gonna do a decor sweep now. Make sure that we have the amount of decor we need. Or the minimum amount that we can get, I mean. How are we doing on igneous rock? 59 tons. Let's do some more pipes. This goes up to here. We're gonna have a gas pipe here or here. I think it's actually right here. That goes to here. This just goes right there. And then cobalt. We almost started doing more of our power before we got distracted. Okay, so it looks like the rest, all we have to do is connect this over to here. And then that is all of our gas pipes. And I messed up that. Whoops. It's there, and we're not going to have enough for this. Okay, let's figure out where we're going to dig for more igneous rock. They dug all this stuff. There's a metapod in chat. I don't think I have a metapod. I do have a metapod. Okay. We have some igneous rock right here. There, this is more than 5, so I'm just going to dig into here first. go like this. And then we'll dig out that afterwards. Here's some ethanol. Kind of looks like it's water until you get them close to each other, then that ethanol is actually a lighter colored blue. Later on, we're not going to have an issue with igneous rock, because we're going to have so many volcanoes. Now that we have Dreckos going, we should be able to get some plastic soon. Not sure what the time to plastic is. We could also get our incubators going. But we don't have a lot of cobalt. Welcome in, Dotterly. I was just debating on if we should get a cobalt ranch going. Not a cobalt ranch. Just cobalt and generator in general. If I open this, I cannot see cobalt near us. So that means it must be further down to the right. That is quite far down. That is far below the somnium synthesizer. I did not take enough pictures. Oh, there is a cobalt to the right of us. Right where the sign is. Hold on. On this line, there's a cobalt volcano. This is the cobalt volcano right there. We're gonna go get that cobalt volcano and tame it. Hopefully we don't need Atmos suits. Gas-wise, do we have anything that would... Where did the picture go? I just had it open. I must have closed it. This is also where we're going to have our water cooling system, so there's going to be a ton of aqua tunas in this room. There visually is more than 10. So I should probably get this entire room set up for them. I'm just looking at this to see what I need in here. Double liquid lock, a bunch of tiles. Alright, we're just going to dig over here a little bit. So I can unlock more visual space. You got kobolds? I do have a cobalt. I have 2 cobalt volcanoes, I believe. So what anniversary are we celebrating? We are celebrating our first year of streaming. So this is exactly 1 year since we did our first 4-hour stream to the day. Regus is also celebrating his first affiliate anniversary. If you want to go over and say hi to Regus, he is still live. We will be celebrating our affiliate anniversary sometime on or after November 8th. Or 18th, sorry. Well, why are you walking in the water, dummy? Kitten stuck their paw in the water and then freaked out because they put their paw in the water. How are they on sweeping the entire bedroom? They actually finished sweeping it all. Okay, let's continue sweep commands on a max. Let's get everything in there. I'm prioritizing this area first because they can't leave at any door. It's, they can't leave this door. They can go in and out of this door and only out this door. So this is the more difficult area to do stuff in. How much water's in here? 300 kilograms. That should mean that this is getting some amount of oak shell roe. Sandy shell, I mean. Dwells in water. I think it just needs to be higher water. We could make this faster by just putting the pipe into it. And I think it is time for us to lower this. Because it's kind of only picking up the water at the top. So we'll start that going. It also sounds like there's a volcano going. Oh, this right here. This is a volcano. We'll be getting some igneous rock from that, I think. There's also something good right here. I think that is sulfur. I think that's where the sulfur one is. No, actually, that is another volcano. The sulfur's further down in another oil biome. Nothing that I want in those. They're all operating dupes, by the way, though. Alright, we did not do the poll yet, or the prediction, so let's choose this. What is in here? We have wallpaper. So congrats on getting your 30 points back for the wallpaper. That is a new one. I do not have the UV-free wallpaper. And we will do the next prediction in about 20 minutes when we get to our last hour. We are slowly catching up on the amount of blueprints that we have. It's probably going to take us maybe 2 months of streaming to get done all of them. Because I'm pretty sure we get 6 blueprints per week, and we're doing 9 per week. So we're really only going down 3 blueprints per week. Did they unlock being able to see everything over here? They did not. I'm trying to minimize how much I dig up from this area so I don't have to fill it in with tiles later. I need quite a few tiles. Let's place in the tiles to see what I need. So this goes up 4 tiles to not be in the way of the volcano. And then I need to count out 10 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. We're already in the way. This is for a double liquid lock here. Tile there. 1, 2, 3. And then I fill in this area just so it's not taking up space. That is all of our igneous rock. Okay. What we're gonna do is dig all the way over to here. We do have a way to get down here for the cobalt, but I think I'll just dig over instead. We just go like this, we can dig our way down instead of having to dig our way up to this. I'm going to cancel that dig so that we can dig all of that igneous rock. And this is all set up for cooling later on. Heavy watt conductive, I want it there. Heavy watt joint there. We're gonna need to dig that out. And we can't build this yet. I want this side to be vacuumed first. Most of this stuff is for steam generators. They do not seem to be doing this very quickly. Alright, I am very hungry and I do have a snack. So I'm going to turn off my camera for a little bit and eat the snack. And then I'll still be here. I'm going to turn off the camera now. Finish this quick snack very quickly. Gino's making his way over to the igneous rock. No, it's not a whopper. I wouldn't hide that from you guys. I can confirm that this is our other saltwater source. Which means that our polluted water source is somewhere right here, probably. I remember them being close by. Now that Gino has dug most of our visual that we need, I'm going to start placing in the rest of these. Or no, I should probably wait until we have the igneous rock for it. Gino's doing his best to get over there, but he's working in a no oxygen environment. And that's all the igneous rock we've gotten so far getting over here. They also haven't finished all this. There is a Ditto in chat. For those that don't know Ditto, Ditto is able to transform into any Pokemon. It is also the Pokemon that people use to get Pokemon breeding the easiest. Because you either need a male and female of the Pokemon, or you just need either gender and a Ditto. Ditto does not have a gender. Once Gina digs that one tile, I'll queue up the rest. Because I don't want him to get stuck. There you go. We're back to having a few tons. Not gonna last us very long. So we definitely go to here. Then I think I will build from on this. Where did it all go? Oh, we can't get up there, that's why. Why? Why did you trap yourself in there? Gino's just over here living his best life, digging up everything we need. Here's another regular pod. Joyous seed, always. In terms of plants, this map can be very sparing sometimes. The first time I played this about a year ago on this specific seed, there was no wheezeworts on this planet. And I use wheezeworts for radiation stuff. I had no idea what to do. I didn't know what my other options were because there's no satellites either. There's nothing other than that one spot of uranium at the very beginning that was on this planet for radiation. So I was in Willow's chat and talking to her about how else do we get radiation, and she explained that the uranium does a lot more than you think. So I started using that and realizing that that uranium has enough to do everything we're going to need for our story. So we're not going to have to do much more uranium radiation than what we have here. Now that we have a few tons, let's build that. No, that doesn't go there. Here, and then I did that tile for some reason. Probably to stop things from transferring thermals. One, two, three. A ladder going almost all the way down. Means not there. And from here, I need to can out a bunch of aqua tuners. So we fill in that space for the ladder, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up 2 for an aqua tuner, a third one for the floor, and then all the way over to here. this entire room is going to be a volcano tamer, as well as an air chiller and a massive water coolant plant. We're going to be sending our salt water in here to be pre-cooled before it goes into an infinite water storage that then transport it to pretty much 2 desalinators, which are going to turn into water. The salt water is not going to be used very much for anything else. There is a food plant that we're going to be creating that's going to require the salt water. I forget what it is. What would it be? I don't think it's the mushrooms. Mealwood doesn't take water. Does the lettuce need salt water? There's the lettuce plant. Water weed. I don't want the seed, I want the plant. If we ranch it... Oh, it does need salt water. Okay, so we're gonna have salt water going to that before getting into air. But aside from that, we're not going to use salt water for anything else other than our water system. Okay, so what I was planning on here is finding a way to dig through this and then vacuum it out. Honestly, I don't know what the best way to do that would be. There's some chlorine here, there's chlorine in here. I think I do have to dig out that amount. And also down here. The rest I could probably do a delete system. Or do stuff like this. There would also be a delete system over here. We would need that built in because that has bleach stone behind it. And this is our liquid logs. So I think what I'll do is I'll put the heavy watt conductive plate right here. We'll put our oil in. We'll vacuum it all out from this area. We'll put, once this is vacuumed out, we'll put our second liquid lock in. There's a kitten about to go somewhere it can't be. It chose not to get up. It's not allowed until after we finish streaming, so I can actually watch what they're doing. I also took the blanket off of my stool so that they're not able to grab something to help them climb up. What are you doing? They have enough things to climb up. They don't have to climb up on here. Alright, we're gonna take a detour from that. And look at what they need to clean. They finished up this entire area, so everything else should be a lot easier to clean out. How do I clean this area? Looks like it's just aluminum. Yeah, bleach stone and dirt should be in there. There's a bunch of wood in that. So let's do a sweep there as well. Get all that out. How's our temperature doing? We're pretty much hot in here. We're not cooling anything up here, so this is going to get increasingly hot as we go through it. which is why we need plastic going, and we're just waiting on these. Oh, they're getting too hot now. We might be in an issue here. Oh, they're still doing pipes. I didn't realize that they're still completing stuff over here. I knew they had stuff up here, but I didn't know they had anything over here. They did this, so I can turn this on crude oil auto bottle. This hasn't had a tile in a while, and I don't know what happened there. I guess it was polluted dirt that off-gassed. Oh, it does lose mass over time. Alright, we're going to put tiles in because we can use the polluted dirt for something else. I didn't realize they off-gas and lose mass over time. And this probably isn't enough to do the liquid locks. Well, it might be. We do have this. That's apparently unreachable. Oh, right, because of this. How did they do over here? They did finish up sweeping that out. So let's go from here down. Go right there. That is our automated messages, so we are going to have to do another prediction now that we are at 3 hours in. What is going on behind me? What's all the noise? It's the 4 of them playing in the cardboard box. That makes sense. Alright, let's see what the third and final pod is going to be. What do you guys think? Is it going to be clothes, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You have 10 minutes to guess. Now the bathroom, they can't get out through this way, so I should have did that with the bedrooms. They're going to probably drop a bunch of it down here. I am going to, at some point, put an auto sweeper right here, because they're going to be bringing everything in from up here. And a lot of times they'll just drop it, and it'll be sitting at the bottom of the ladder. So I will add a auto sweeper here just to pick up the stuff and send it back up to here. Oh, we also never did this area. Let's remove that, relocate it to here. Try and get all this done. Thought for a second that Slicky was going to move it, but they didn't. Now, why are they running on this? If I set it to 25% and this... Did I want it to be on 75%? Do I have this backwards? There's a Finion in chat. Or is it counting all of this up here also as being part of the 25%? And now I just made them run on this for longer than I needed to. I think it was that second option. Bring that to a 25. It looks like they're choosing to do the stuff that's closest to the storage first, which is okay. I would really like them to move the water already, so we can do that. Just watch what they're doing. They're bringing a lot of stuff down here, so there must be a lot of polluted dirt and stuff mixed in with all this. I know in the bathroom there's a lot from the 3 outhouses that's been there since day 1, almost. Once we get the base situated, I think we'll go straight into doing our massive sauna and dirty brick. We'll get our power situation done, but we kind of need cobalt so that we're not wasting all of our cobalt ore, because we will eventually run out of this. They apparently can't get over here. Let's do that. There's another kitten thinking about getting up here. I have an air canister for dusting components, and that's pretty much their spray bottle. It doesn't hurt them, but it does scare them enough to keep them away from doing things that they shouldn't be doing. And they're still working their way down here. They do have this to the point where Gino could come down here and dig everything out. Speaking of Gino, here they are. The closer Gino gets to over here, the closer they get to having enough air to breathe, because they have to go all the way up here. Or to right here. And all of this is too hot. Oh, they get a little pocket of air right there. How nice. And this is going to fill up. It's going to fill to here, then it's going to overspill. Then it's going to fill in all this, delete all that stuff, and it's going to keep going. Don't we have a saltwater dropper? We do. It's on a 5. I'm going to put this on a 6. We'll put cleaning stuff on a 6. That also includes this, which is already at a 6. This, on the other hand, I kind of want this done yesterday. And how are you doing? Well, you do have some amount of sandy shell available. This is going to be for poke shell. Done with 7. This is going to be 7 critters, I think. Look at the room. 84 tiles. I'm pretty sure that's 7 critters. 84 divided by 12. Yes, it is 7. Look at all the rooms. I wish this was a room, a creation area. This will be recreation as soon as we get some sort of decor item in it. I heard a ding ding and didn't see what it was. We're gonna ignore it. Right, what are they doing aside from sweeping? Random menial things, I think. Would the polluted water be cold? I can't even see what that is yet. We're not close enough. I have to go, I think, maybe 1 or 2 tiles up higher before we can see that polluted water. Let's take a look at our skills. There you go. You are done. Just making sure. Okay, how much cobalt do we have? We have 1,000 kilograms. That's not going to last us very long, but we could at least start doing some power starting at the top. So if I'm ignoring food-related stuff, we start right here at this farm. Alright, not at this farm. At this creation room. Which I have coming down the doors. I'm going like this. And then another 2. Then there's airflow tiles, I forgot. Let's just keep them going up. What about the stations here? I have one there, but not up here, because this was not meant for power. For batteries, I mean. So we'll do that. I also need to prioritize sweeping off this pressure plate so it stops using our power. Welcome back, everyone. And Gino, have fun at lunch. Let's continue this going. This is going to be the first of our auto sweepers that we're preparing for. If I go to here and down, that's an auto sweeper. I got 1, 2, 1 more there. 1, 2, there's going to be an auto sweeper here. So that needs to be tied into this line. Then we have auto sweeper and smart storage. And connect them together. That's all the cobalt we can do for right now. We have 100 more once they stop moving everything. We have another 100 that we can use, and that's going to combine some of this. And then that is going to be the power line. This with the door is going to be the power line for this entire middle section of our base. And then we're going to have another line going down the ladder, which is just for solid filters, which are going to be on this little cubicle or cubby hole. Because they are going to run a lot of power at one time. They need to be all in their own line. No slickster. And then this last one is going to be everything over on the left. It's going to come down the left side doors. That'll also be our temporary Kickstarter of the air production here. Now we do have enough igneous rock that we can mess around with our gases here. I think we should. Why isn't this getting any gas? Is this dormant? No, that still has. What is going on here? Requires emptying. This is not on a 7, is it? It is not. That is air. Do a sweep on a 7 as well, so that they're not standing in polluted water. Alright, for right now, I'm gonna let them settle down for a little bit. And Gino put in the error emote. Thank you for using it. I think that's maybe the first time we've used it so far. Aside from when I first showcased it. In terms of sweeping, they don't need to sweep the line. We have some dirt in here. The rest is food-related stuff. There's some wood up here. So let me... Do these eat wood? Hold on a second. I know they eat some organic things, but do they eat wood? They eat salt? Did I just see that? No, that's the seed. Okay, so they don't eat wood. They don't eat wood. Let's check regular packages. I know they all eat seeds, I'm just making sure that they don't eat wood. No, it's just seeds. Okay. So I can allow this to be out of here then. So that we have more storage for the next amount of wood. Now somebody should be up here doing this. Somebody did do that already. They're still cleaning out this area, that's good. There's a little bit of wood up here with the toilets. I want you to sweep up the polluted water as well. We don't need to keep that there. Then I'm gonna wait until they're done the bathroom to sweep over here. Or else they're gonna keep bringing stuff down here. Or they might, I mean, later on. Okay, we have air back going, so that should mean that this is getting filled back up. Let's take a look at all this. I need to map out how many Atmos suits we're going to have. Let me just count that for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm pretty sure there's 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, there's 20. So we need 20 pipes of air up here. So this is our first 5. Yep. 10, 15, and 20. Take a look at our gases. And it looks like I have the next 5 set up on their own pipeline. That we're gonna need someone supplying to just that. Would it be easier to set this down there and have something else pipe over top of it? I'm debating about putting a pipe here, pumping it over this line, and just taking this bridge out and combining it here. I think we are going to do just that. No, we don't need these two. And then these two, the last 10 Atmos suits, should probably not need to be on their own. Like I have the first 10 being on 2 separate air lines. I do only have 3 oxygen lines supplying all 20, so it looks like the first 10 are used the most frequently, and then the last 10 are either usually empty suits, or emptied from suits, meaning that they don't replace them quick enough. Or it just doesn't take too long to replace them. Not sure. But we are going to need Atmos suits soon getting out of here. Now they're in here, so they should grow up and then die over some time. I'm really waiting over here so they can do this bridge. You know what? Why make them wait? Let's deconstruct this. Should be able to reach that, I think. Actually, maybe they can't. Let's grab a ladder and put that there. Just to make sure that they can reach up here. Now hopefully this little bit of debris doesn't go inside here. There's also a minum in chat. Okay, do the ladder. Oh, they did the bridge. Nice. Okay, so I can now take this off. Now we're gonna connect in like that. And then I think what we're gonna do for the next one is go like this. Which is making things look a little bit weird over here. We take a moment here. Like we're gonna need another bridge. Where'd that debris go, by the way? There's no debris in the SPOM. So if that's going straight over and coming down into here, we're not gonna need this. Congrats, Gino. It just seems weird to have it way over here. Being supplied from something way over here. But it would probably look cleaner to not have this system here. Alright, so that's what we're gonna do. Disconnect that, deconstruct this. This. It's confusing me. How is this getting... Oh! Oh. All of these last 10 suits. The last 15 suits are actually being supplied by this one pump. That's why this stuff isn't making sense to me in my head. It's really just the first 5 suits which are on their own line. Everything else was just bridged over top. Okay, so that's why this one goes over here. I still would like to change some of this though. If I just take this, I'll have it all connect in. And for right now, like that as well. There's gonna be a bunch of spaghetti for a little bit. Let's deconstruct all the bridges. It's very hard to tell where the bridges are going without having the Atmos suits built. I just feel like I don't have them all connected in like this. But I guess it works out somehow. Alright, so what I want to do over here is have this one here. Be the one that supplies both of these. Then I guess these would go like this. Do that, that, and then down and down. And then I would need this and the bridge here. Won't need those 2 pipes. So this should seem cleaner than before. Although it's really not that much different. All I did was move over the pipes 1 pump to the left. Because I did have these 3 sets here supplying everything below. So what if I followed and just made this go further over? No, we won't do that. Just debating on a different way of doing the pipes. Because each pipe is really just supplying to 2 different gas vents. So I could do like 2 vents on the left side, being these first 2 pipes. And then have this one be this pipe and the one all the way on the right. Have the next one, the 2 on the bottom here. And the next 2 being the third one. Or the 4th one, I mean, at that point. Yeah, we'll leave it there. It seems to work out the first time. So why fix it? Okay, what's in this pod? We have sand. How did they do on sweeping everything up? Everything but the food that's all over the floor. That's fine. How are we doing cobalt? We're doing pretty good. Let's try and put in some more wires. This isn't going to be enough cobalt to connect the 2. Whoops, especially when I do it like this. So that's going to make us in a deficit of cobalt for quite a while. They did put in a lot of oil over here. Deconstruct that. Let's take oil off. Temporarily, I'm going to lock this back up. I think what I'm going to do temporarily as well is put this here and take you off. Okay, so the next thing we are sweeping out, or doing first, should be the water, because I forgot to watch them as they placed it up here, since it took them so long to do so. So let's put sweeping all of this on the 7. They should do that very quickly. We'll also queue up a bunch of stuff down here. No, let's just queue it all up. I was going to do it in sections, but we might as well just do everything. Include the wood there. This wood is pretty much full. Let's just click that on and off. I'm going to set this on an 8. Now, why does this look like it's just not getting water? Because it really isn't. Because I had them on prioritizing so many things on a high order that they're just not able to do it. It's the oxygen. I really need to put like an aqua tuner in a pool of water and find a way to supply it. This is 22 degrees. We could put a system over here to do an aqua tuner, just to cool down the water. So let's do just that. At this point, we're getting to a spot where we need to cool off the oxygen up here. So I do it like this. And since this is temporary, might as well just make it look ugly. That, and thermosensor, I don't have cobalt. A lot of things are relying on other things to be done. Okay, they have the water here. Let's remove it. Relocate it. We're waiting to do that just so we can change this to being cobalt ore. Empty that. On a 9. Once I see someone empty it, I'm going to queue up the next bottle of water. Thank you. And I'll queue up mopping this area on a 9. I will remove this while paused, relocate it to here. Put that on a 9. Okay, they're bringing it over. Empty that on a 9. Deconstruct those 2 tiles. Mop that up. As we can see in here, this should stay a vacuum. I'm actually going to look at it from this view so we make sure that nothing goes wrong. They do have everything on a deconstruct. Very loader there. Or emptier, I mean. Sweep that on a 9. Bunch of stuff in here that we can't pick up, that's fine. That's still vacuum. Let's do the next set of stuff. That should not be aluminum. Only things in here that should be aluminum is the pipe, which it is, and the metal tile. Everything else should be cobalt. Oh, the water moved. We have to redo that. I'll wait for them to build everything, then we'll fix that. And the water moved over here! Alright, we can at least do the conveyor belts. Cancel that. What is this? Why is lime over here? Let's move the Dreckos eggs over here. That way we can see what's back here. Salt water. Okay. Which cobalt are we waiting on? We're waiting on 25 kilograms. So we just need one more thing of cobalt to be created, and then we're good. Meantime, they do have a lot of stuff over here to sweep up. Queue up the next amount of wood. So much wood in here. There's a gold duck in chat. I feel like I've seen it and not caught it before. I have caught it. So there's a creepy little guy in chat now that already got full of 20 tons of wood. Better hurry, Gino. I don't know how much longer it's going to be there. Oh, I don't have the camera on. I forgot to turn it on a while ago. Let's turn the camera back on. Purposely turned it off. Where are the kittens, by the way? They are all sleeping on my bed. So you know what, chat? I'm going to move the camera so you guys can see them while they're sleeping. Probably going to wake up Mama from wherever she is. Maybe not. I know she's watching me. There you go, chat. That is all 4 kittens at my pillow where I sleep. So I think it's safe to say that they like me. A kitten pile for sure, Gino. Keep the next 20 tons of wood. And the base is looking better. It does seem more uniform when there's not debris all over the place. And this is probably going to take the longest amount of time to dig out, or to sweep out, because of just how much stuff was down here, from it being 2 floors plus everything from above it falling down here. I am just slightly confused on what they're prioritizing right now. Oh, they're doing this first. Okay. Now we do have a water source that we can plug in here. Let's actually set that up. Whoops! Press 2 buttons at once. Okay, so that's gonna be how we get stuff in here. Why am I just now getting an installation video? Anyway. We should have cobalt by now. No, they still haven't built that. What's in this pod? Rust or suit wearing? We're gonna get the rust. We also now have... Well, we're on cycle 300. Let's do the last pod of the stream. So what is it going to be? Clothes, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? It is going to be... a building. That's a building. Sunny hanging pot. I think I now have 3 different kinds. Choose outcome. Building. Clear that. We'll get more rust over time. I actually never used rust. I did see Echo Ridge just recently do a video on rust, but I've never used it myself. And I'll let Regus go around and do the conveyor rails before I start queuing up more stuff. We got a Swampy Delight over here? Surprised to see that. Now, why did the water move over? Because if I build a tile right here, it's going to move into here. I don't think air pressure is a thing in the game, where it's like if there's more pressure on one side than the other, it'll push stuff over. Very much don't believe that's a thing. This is going to need its own power. It's going to need 3 coal power plants. Oh, no, it's only going to need 2. Okay, so we'll set this whole system up again. You, on the other hand, I'm going to put these on a 1. No dupe supplying it, please. And us cooling down the oxygen up here will save us time on doing the cooling for the entire base first. Usually they do the base before the oxygen, and it kind of contradicts each other. Alright, so let's start building in these tiles. Actually, I can do all 3. And let's queue up the next amount of water. Why did that only say I have 41? It said I didn't have as much water as I do. Okay, we can also queue up the rest of these. Now that did just get rid of the water on the left side. Remove this. Relocate it to here. That's going to delete that water. Once they pick up that bottle, I'm going to start the next water. Because I should queue up somebody using a different amount of water. Empty on the 7. Sweep all that. Mop all this. Remove, relocate here. 7, please. I wanted to cancel that, but I didn't want to cancel sweeping up the stuff on the floor. Okay, Regus just finished mopping up the rest. I just got a Burger King gift card. Or not gift card, email. That is the best email that I think I can get while streaming. All the other emails are just annoying. It was telling me that I have new perks or something. I didn't really read it all. That's not what I wanted to be on. This is what I want to be on. Sweep all of that up. We should be getting the water right now. Empty that on a 7. Deconstruct all of that. I'm going to mop all of this. It is now a vacuum yet again inside here. Let's quickly add this back in on both. Oh, can't do both. You're on their email list? I didn't know that existed. I think it's because I have the app downloaded. Let me actually read this. We're updating a Royal Perks Terms of Service. So yeah, that would be for their app. Because Royal Perks should be the reward system that you get for using their app. Like McDonald's has an app too, where you get the same thing. You get points for using their app. And occasionally you can get free stuff. I actually forget that I have the app, and I've never used it. So I don't think I even have any points on there. But anyway, why is this still queued up if they can't pick it up? Nothing up there is queued up. Oh, I didn't queue up this to be deconstructed. Maybe it's the amount of people walking over here is the reason why the water moved. That makes some sort of amount of sense. We're just waiting for Regus to come back over here and build this. There we go. Good job, Regus. Sweep that up. Place this in. Deconstruct that, place another tile up here, and mop this. Yep. Oh, we got another thing. Building temperature. Insufficient oxygen, my butt. We are making more than... Why is this getting... Oh, it's too hot. It's way too hot. We need to focus on this. We need to forget about everything else we're doing. We're just gonna bring this all the way down here, bring this all the way back up. We need to bring the power over here as well. Smart battery, we're gonna have to just make it out of aluminum. We can change it later if we want to. There's not enough room for a storage container. There will be. There. Tile, I want sweeper. Making this out of aluminum. Hopefully I have enough for it. If I do. Aluminum, or automation. Should be everything set up. Okay. All of this has to be on a 9. I'm not too worried about the pipes right away. I'm more worried about getting this portion set up. Gino should be able to dig up here. Yeah, he definitely can. So he can definitely place in the auto sweeper as well. Just so that air gets moving around here a little bit easier. Tell them to dig all that out. We need this on consumable ore on a 7. Hopefully this water lasts long enough for us to do the sauna. They're actually doing this pretty quickly, so they must have gotten done a lot of tasks somewhere else. Yeah, we don't need to worry about this right now. I keep looking over there, waiting for them to finish it, but it's not what we should be prioritizing. Okay, this is plugged into something, so it is going to be able to produce coal. We're going to turn that onto a 1 so that they don't prioritize building it or placing coal into it. Now they're both hooked up. Alright, now we don't have to worry about it because of the automation wires being plugged in. It's probably been long enough for us to build all that. Okay, you, anything above 25. Then the green signal. You are 90, 60. We don't have a lot of coal. I'm probably using the wrong type of generator for this. Oh, and you're out of power now. Because this broke. Okay. This isn't hot enough to state change the water, so we can still get in there. We'll worry about cooling this down before we get in there and just repair the battery, I guess. No, we should probably fix the battery instead. So we're going to lose oxygen. We should have a very long time of doing this before we need to worry about it. Just checking our gases and stuff. What up here is still not right? Nine tails. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a nine tails before. Let's try and use all of my cooling balls. Goodbye, Wubby. Hopefully we don't have Wubby dying a lot in this stream. This also needs to be changed to a wall. Alright, now I just need coal being brought up. Wait a minute. Too much coal up in here. All the coal was in that one thing, so they couldn't bring anything over here. We need hatches brought up to speed. Trying to figure out how we're going to do this. I need cobalt. I need someone down here building it. Bonus 6. It's higher than anything else. Doctoring again, or a cook with kitchen menace. What? We're not going to take the shine bugs. We don't need more. So this is going to be a reject everything. I did make sure to read that one on the far right. Make sure it didn't say decorating. Okay, this isn't full yet. It's getting filled. It is going to have to do a loop back around to make sure that the pipes are completely full of 10 kilograms of water. Because the two desalinators do not make a full 10 kilogram packet. 9.3 kilograms at a time. At 93.2 degrees Celsius. So right now it is actually overheating everything. This is not good. We're gonna go with it. We're gonna let it deal out what it's doing. I actually gonna put this on below 25 so that they don't automatically kick on. I want this on a 7. Gee, that scared me for a second there. I have a feeling that this is going to be flooded at some point. I need this to kick on so that the auto sweeper does its job. Oh, and should be coming over here. It's all the electrolyzers. Luckily, they're only ore. The pumps are all gold. These are all cobalt. They're probably all going to need to be deconstructed and replaced. Okay, we have some amount of power over here. Let's put that back on a 1. I should check how much of this needs more. It's 93 there. 10, 10, 10, 9.3. We're gonna wait for this to turn into 10 kilograms. There it goes. So we're getting pretty close. It's on the last 2 lanes, or last 3 lanes, I mean. There it goes. There should be like one of these packets. Yeah. I think it's this one here. We can cue us to be deconstructed. And that's why you leave the extra wire there, so you can reset everything. Because we're going to come in here and deconstruct all this instead of rebuilding it. How do I fix these? I'm going to have to waste cobalt ore. We're going to have to do that first. And then fix the power. Which luckily these have hydrogen in them. This is only at 88 degrees, so it's going to be hot. People are going to get hurt as they're going in there. I'm going to wait a little bit longer. Oh, I didn't even turn that back on. So this shouldn't drop at all. The coal generator should be doing enough power just to get this going. How much is this getting kicked to? Going down about 14 degrees. This is where the temperature is changing. The temperature is slowly coming up here, but this one plate is doing enough insulation that it's not really changing much. By the time that we get this cooled down, it shouldn't really have changed much temperature up here. Which is another reason why this is all insulated. Although it was starting to get hot. How is our breathability going? We're still in the blue. I am worried about how much coal we have. Okay, we're down to 79 going out. 65 going in, so that should drop to 50. No. 65 is the 14-degree drop. Okay. Now we just need this to drop another 10 degrees. And then I can kick everything back on and it won't break. I said 10 degrees specifically because I want to make sure that when we turn it on, it doesn't immediately heat everything up and then start getting hurt. Wait, we're at 76 there. This is 75. We have stuff that's at 74 now. Okay, that should be good enough for us to come in here and fix this. It's not hot enough to make this turn into steam, but it will heat this up and heat up the surrounding area. So long as this doesn't break, we're fine. I am actually going to be smart and save right now. So that if this does break, we don't die. What is going on over here? We didn't even start doing that. We were doing priorities. Okay, so they shouldn't try to fix these. They should be deconstructing them all, which they are. That will mean that these do not get power, so I can actually come down here and fix them all. So since I know we can reach down far enough, we're going to just deconstruct all of these airflow tiles. I'm going to do a quick sweep of all the cobalt that's going to be down here, and then we will... Well, actually, I can fix everything now. So long as they don't stand in here for some unknown reason, they shouldn't get hurt. Sweep all this up, please. And grab that cobalt, too. I'm gonna have you sweep this as well. Who dropped the cobalt right there? Oh, cloud cover has slime lung. Can't breathe long enough to be in here. That's forgivable then. Somebody again picked up cobalt and left it there. Oh, do they drop stuff when they do the scratching their eyes? And I also want these on the 7. Make sure they get fixed quickly. Or should we turn them into... You know what? Don't do all of that. We're going to switch these to be gold. Hopefully when they deconstruct it, the debris is in a grabbable area. At least this way we'll have a chance of sweeping it all. Oh, you stink. It goes on the left side. At least Dreckos is quick at deconstructing things. Sweep those areas. Queue up the build. What is this? Why is there oxygen in here? Unpolluted oxygen. That's not supposed to be in there. That's okay. We can build a tile in there. We can deconstruct it. No need to freak out just yet. Put another sweep command. How did you just breathe right there? The water moved. Okay, quick detour. Relocate some more water over here. That just released a ton of hydrogen out of here. Out of our 5 kilograms of hydrogen. How much escaped? Actually, not too much. I mean, yeah, there is 2 kilograms of hydrogen in these places, but not too much more than what's already in here just from natural generation. Where is that water? I think they moved it after bringing it over here because I wasn't looking. We've now hit the 4-hour mark, but we're going to keep going until we have our SPOM finished. We're going to run out of coal before this is good. Hopefully when I build in a tile here, it pushes the water down into this area. Okay, the water is over there. I'm just gonna quickly queue that up and empty this. As well as queue up more sweeping. I want them to build this so that that water doesn't just automatically combine. If somebody could come over here and do that, that'd be nice. Oh, they're doing all that. Let's just change all of this to a 6. Wait, that all says 5. Huh? Okay. I'm good with ignoring that for now. What are they prioritizing over doing that? I don't even know. We're down to 54 degrees. Okay, water moved. Let's get back in here. There's an oddish in chat. I'm pretty sure I've seen it before. Haven't caught it before, though. That's not a quickie catch. Let's see if I can catch it. Okay, they're able to get back in here. I am watching the lock. I think it moves when you have a lot of people moving through it. Why is Abe coming in here? Maybe they exhaled on top of the water and to push the water. Because they are going right here to breathe. Maybe. Unfortunately, our 2 builders are infected with slime lung right now. How many of these need to be built in tiles? Okay, I'm gonna wait until these are all built. Because just to be safe, I'm gonna build a tile above this and then destroy it. Hopefully it won't push the air somewhere else. And instead it's gonna be destroyed. Because there's water below it. It might go in this tile. If it does, I'm a little concerned about that. I'm glad that our water is holding up though. We only have 3 more electrolyzers to go. In the meantime, this water's gonna get, or this room is gonna be cooler and cooler. Soon this shouldn't need to be running anymore. Why are you able to breathe in there? The water moved again. Let's queue up some more water again. We got almost done. We only have 2 more electrolyzers and then fixing the gases. And that should fall down in here. If we're lucky. There we go. Move the water. You guys can dance to the robot later. We're not allowed to dance right now. I have to build a whole nother tile. Alright, let's do another mass sweep, make sure we got everything up. Alright, it's just that little bit of cobalt I can see. And we're another amount of ads. So for everyone that's here, I hope that everyone has gone and said hi to Regis for his anniversary. We may raid over to him if he's still alive when we are finished. Okay, we got our liquid lock back. Get back in here yet again. Hopefully this is the second to last time that we have to get in here with a lot of people. Yeah, I am thinking of doing this the right way, as far as I can tell. I was debating on if I am thinking about gases the wrong way with the game. These are both under construction. So Will is going to one, Regis is going to the other. They both have slime lung. They almost made it in. They both built them very quickly. Okay, so I'm going to do another save right now. We're going to focus on placing these in. Then we'll worry about the extra gases in here, because I have a feeling this is going to move again. Where's everybody at? Do I need to put these on a 7? We're gonna do another save. Welcome in, Crockblue player. You don't need those tiles? I know I don't need the tiles, but I like it the look. What I do need to fix is the gases that are in these. Plus it brings a little bit more chaos to the whole situation. Because if that thing of water moves one more time, we're gonna have more gases in here. I'm probably gonna have to deconstruct this. So I am making sure that this doesn't move. Or at least I'm washing it. Oh, Willow doesn't have slime lung anymore. I should be able to finish building that. Unless Abe is doing it. With their slime lung. And their slow walk speed. You are not the right person to come in here and do this. Thank you, Gino. Gino, you didn't finish it. I said thank you and everything. You were so close. Are you gonna go back in? No, somebody else is gonna do it? Okay. Good job, Slicky. Alright, now we're gonna try something that I don't know if it's gonna work correctly or not. Build that tile, then build this. I never make Hydra with more than 6 electrolyzers. It's a huge build. It is. The majority of this is because of atmosuits that we're gonna have this powering or supplying oxygen to. It's also going to supply oxygen to the, I forget what it's called. We also don't have it unlocked yet. The thing for sleep journals. Okay, I can't tell if the oxygen that was in here was destroyed or not, because it could have just went in here. But this at least cleaned out this area. So we'll deconstruct those. And we do the same thing over here. We'll come back later and sweep it out. Let's prioritize that first. Somnium synthesizers, that's the word. Or the words. At least that's what I thought this was prepared for. I actually forget what I prepared it for. Alright, where did that polluted oxygen go? It got destroyed. Awesome. Then, in a way, I am doing this the correct way. Get that on a 7, so they build that first. After these gases are destroyed, we can come back in here with our cobalt stuff and build it back in. I'm not sure what I want first. Probably the battery first so that we can have these going. You built the wrong one. Actually, you built it right. Maybe I have enough hydrogen that it's not doing anything. But the gases aren't moving on their own. I'm still gonna do this again. Right. What is our atmos sensor at? Not atmos sensor. It's almost down to 25 degrees, so that's not bad. We are almost down to 5 tons, which is up here, of coal. And that's our main system. Oh, here's more coal. This is our main power for our water, which leads to the hydrogen. Or, yeah. And this is pretty much empty because we're not sending anything down here anymore. It's alright, that should be deleted. Now we can come in here, deconstruct all these. I'm going to get the battery in here. Now I could queue up 600 tons of coal, or not coal, gold. 600 kilograms, I mean. And have that be built here. That's not where it should be. I just realized that after looking at the transformers. But if they do this first, everything should be fine when it starts up. sweep that on a 7, get that out of here. So we can block it off, just for looks. I wanted this first so that these can actually start running. Alright, now as soon as these get sweeped out, we should be fine. I'm pretty sure all the cobalt that they brought over here is going to be used. Yep. Okay, everything is online. Hopefully this doesn't break at the very end. Let's get our last 4 airflow tiles in here. Okay, since Willa doesn't... No, don't stand there. Willa almost broke our air... Do you have any protection for clean water? I do not. All we're doing right now is turning our salt water directly into clean water at almost 95 degrees and then sending it in here, which is why we're cooling the thing, the air instead of cooling the water. Just how I prefer to do it. I know a lot of people cool the oxygen coming out instead of the water. Only this can destroy the build. We should be fine once we have a steady power source. Oh, that's not what I meant. Once we have a steady power source leading to this aqua tuner in a different place, we should be able to keep this at a temperature that's fine, no matter how hot this water comes in at. And also, we will later on be cooling the water, the salt water, before it's even turned into water, because we have this geyser, and then there's a geyser over here which we haven't unlocked yet, which is right here. They're going to be combined into their own line, sent into this building, which we're not done yet making. Is a cobalt volcano, so it's going to be a volcano tamer as well as an aqua tuner cooler. I guess that's the best description to give to it. And the aqua tuners are going to be for cooling every type of liquid we send through here. Now, how hot is the base itself? The base is very hot with the water coming from down here, because that is being recycled through the refinery, so we should probably have this being an insulated pipe. We might also be okay. The only thing we really have to worry about temperature-wise is the food stuff for the critters. So yes, this one ranch is probably starving the Dreckos, but that's why they're down here. There's also a nose pass in chat. Now, why do we have so much polluted oxygen down here? Why is it like all huddling here? Oh, that carbon dioxide. Probably because of the amount of oxygen we don't have. Good luck, Gino. Okay. Lately, I'm putting 95 degrees C water in insulated pipe. Heat is deleted by electrolyzers. Rest of the building, I'm cooling like you. Well, I'm glad somebody else does it then. Because I've seen a lot of well-known YouTubers like Echo Ridge Gaming always send their oxygen into a cooling room where it's full of just metal tiles that are good for transferring heat. I don't really do that unless I'm cooling debris. Really the only time I do that. Alright, I need to pause the game for a moment and figure out what we're going to do next. We're still cleaning up the base after making all the rooms. We're down to this point. All of this sweeping is on a level 5. We were over here trying to get our cobalt so that we don't have to keep using the refinery, which will then in turn stop us from overheating this area. We were putting in power down this middle portion so that we can get up here ready for the temporary hydrogen to be moved up there, which in turn needs cobalt. Our power over here is going to run out of coal soon. We're down to 5.8 tons. Most of it is up here with the water production. And our hatch ranch isn't going to make enough to run this amount. At least right now it's not. Because we're not actually feeding them. We should probably start feeding them. But that in turn needs these out. No, it doesn't need them out of here. Hold on. We could have been feeding them this whole time. Okay. What was this made out of? Cobalt. That's fine. Let's get them eating off of sedimentary rock. Oh, we have a sandy row. Oh, we have too much water in here. Way too much water. Disable. I wasn't paying attention to that. You, sandy row. Why isn't that powered? Wait, yes it is. Never mind. Because this would say no power if it wasn't. Alright, then you... Bookshell and... Move both of them, please. You should be on 7. You should also be on 7. I'm going to tell them to deconstruct that and this so that all the water drips down here. And these pumps are just pushing the air around. It's not actually doing anything. And I'm fine with this. This is going to collect a lot of water throughout our game. Why is this still giving out more water? I think it's fine. It's doing that weird thing where it's just pumping in a little bit at a time. I think we're fine. They can't get down there. That's fine. Let's go like this. That's sweep. I meant to do mop. So that they prioritize doing this. They're not going to get all the water as far as I can think so. Because of all this. They're going to have to put mesh tiles here. And then they'd get all the water out of it. Am I going to need mesh tiles? I don't think I'm going to need mesh tiles. Like, I think the water might be fine being here. I'm not liking it there. I am going to do mesh tiles. That's all we need. Let's also sweep down here. And they're already building everything there. That should be the only 2 tiles that we need to mop at on this level to get all that out. And now that we have Sandy Shell row in there, we should be able to ranch a full 8 critters in here. The only issue is we don't have this portion set up and ready for the extra 8th critter that's going to be hatched occasionally. Let's do another mop check. And once they're down here, they should come up here and do this one. There's a lot of water down here. Alright, they did that. Deconstruct these. And I finished all the water. Alright, what else are we doing? Take another quick pause. What are you guys working about? Body temperature. We need to get cooling for the whole base done. We're trying to get glossy Dreckos. I do have quite a bit of cobalt all of a sudden. So I think what we're going to do right now is put in all of our incubators. We are, at the end of this, going to have 8 incubators for all of our critters. But for right now, we're only going to use them for the first 4. So our glossy Dreckos, regular Dreckos, hatches, and pips are going to be separated between these 8. Because we're not going to power them until we have a good power spine set up. So for right now, we're going to be using 2 unpowered incubators. Each unpowered incubator can handle 4 critters at a time. This is ready. Can I type in sedimentary? Oh, I can. I thought I have to type in the type of critter. If we do this, now they can actually eat and give us coal, which should help us stay afloat. It's probably not going to make enough coal to supply both of these right away, but it should at least help us. How hot did this water get? It went up maybe 4 degrees, 5 degrees, perhaps? I don't think it was 20 something. Oh, it was. Never mind, it went up quite a bit. Doubled in its temperature. Oops. Another 3 Drecko eggs. Okay, I'm gonna go from top to bottom. So this is gonna be Pip. This is gonna be Pip again. Kutai! Welcome in and have fun lurking. To explain the anniversary a little bit better is exactly 1 year ago on October 11th we did our first 4-hour stream. I never wrote down when we did our first stream because I was having bad internet at that time, so I didn't think it would be smart or something to write down until we fix the internet. So I do have that portion set up when we had our first no issue internet stream, and also the affiliate stream is also something I'm keeping track of. We have a glossy Drecko already. I just need these built. How much longer do these have before they starve? They've lasted 21 cycles without having to bonk your internet. That fixes it. Well, I was back then going off of Wi-Fi on my computer, so I wasn't really doing it the best way. Alright, so once they start supplying these, this gets our initial 4 ranches set up. These are the things that we're pretty much living off of. Our nymphs and shine bugs are pretty much just for looks. I mean, we're only doing sunbugs so we can do all of the medicine stuff, but we don't really need to do the medicine stuff. And then up here is going to be Sweetles for food. So our main food is going to be whatever the Sweetles make, and I forget what it's called. A Sweetle tend a crop that needs sulfur. That thing gets mixed with sugar or sucrose. Something preserved. Grub fruit preserves? Preservatives? Something like that? I forget. Grub fruit preserver. Thank you, Kutai. I had a feeling that you would know more than me. Are we done worrying? Oh, there's no R. Grub fruit preserve. Okay. Do we need to do anything else in the base before we start focusing on getting the Cobalt Volcano started? We have our batteries up here. or the only two lines that are connected with how it's going to be later on. We don't have the cobalt to do all of this portion going all the way down to here. So there's no point in putting the batteries in right now. We could, just to have them ready. And I think I just planned what I'm going to do in this area here. Alright, we're going to go over here and just focus on this. This is going to be vacuumed out in the future. Let's just get in here. And then we're going to do a delete process down here and just delete stuff or push it over, whichever way works at that time. And luckily we don't get into this yet. Now, for vacuuming this out, I think I want to do a 2-pump system. How much power does 2 pumps use? 240, that's 480. We would need 3 hamster wheels. If I just put 1, I only need 2. And a battery. So I think I'll just do this. And... I think I'll put it here. That's where the ladder is. Let's cancel that ladder. We're gonna do aluminum for a temporary system here. Manual generators. Temporary battery. Power going straight to it. Then pipes. I did mean to go up, but I didn't mean to go diagonally. And that should be enough for right there. I need this built, because that has even more stuff that's going to off-gas. Sweep, sweep, sweep. I'm going to leave that there. Sweep that. That should be all the off-gassing stuff once they dig out that bleach stone in the ceiling. Yeah, they picked up most of this up, but there's more bleach stone in this tile, which is why I'm trying to dig it out right now. Sweep that. That should be all the off-gassing stuff. A little confused on why it's not off-gassing right now. Because I thought it would off-gas until there's 1,800 grams, right? Not sure. We also never finished this, which is actually completed. Everything is cobalt. Let's put in that tile. They did finish this. I really want these lights to work so they can get that buff. Let's focus on this again. You know what? No. This is a very quick thing to do. Build that in so this stays a vacuum. And then I don't have to worry about it in the future. Because they keep walking over here to do this. Why is there more water down here? This overflowed. Alright, time for automation on this. I have enough. I do have enough. Unit priority. And why is this door on a 9? Okay. I'm not going to worry about mopping this up until after they build this, so that I can make sure that they're not putting even more water down here. So we have this and we have this. Willow almost made it. And I am going to set this on anything above, not anything below. Make sure that doesn't keep giving out. And then mop, mop, mop. Looks like all the Dreckos up here died. How's the temperature in here doing? Doing pretty good. That should mean that the oxygen coming out here would end up cooling off the base more than it is warming it up. This is still around 40, so that means this isn't running very often, which is wonderful. They built this in, they're starting to do this. I still don't know why I have this one tile here in the picture. That was meant for something. There's a pipe going in on this line. I just don't remember why that's there. It's something probably kept breaking. There might be a bridge here. And bridges transfer thermals. It's probably for a bridge, but I didn't see the bridge in the picture. So that's going to confuse me for a while. Once they... You know what? Take this out right now. I need that gone yesterday. Put in a liquid pump. We can actually put in the conductive wires. We're not going to be using it right away, but we can at least put it in. Wait, no, I usually make these out of steel. Alright. We're gonna do it this way for right now. And this probably isn't gonna help airflow going through this, but oh well. We only have 5 more wires to build, and then this should start kicking on. They still didn't take the bleach... Why aren't they taking the bleach stone out of here? We do have this on sublimators. It's not like they have to fill it in a box. Now we get our decorator. Alright, we're getting a Gossman for our first decorator, and then all we need is a tidier afterwards. So, Gossman. Your schedule is number 2. Because Abe is in the wrong schedule. Welcome in, Southern Finn! Give me just 1 second. Hello, Southern Finn and Piku, who were here earlier. I didn't even know you guys went live after you stopped in and said hello. So for those that don't know me, my name is CodedMan9000. On this stream, we do a selection of games in a certain order that shows mankind's progression through technology and research stuff. So we did well, we're doing a story that a lot of times we vote on different things of what's going to happen in the game. And in the first chapter we did for the story, we did medieval-like games like Manor Lords and Settlement Survival. Our second chapter, which we finished over the summer, was modern builder games, so City Skylines 2 and other city-style games. like Prison Architect and Another Brick in the Wall. And now we're in space travel. So we're doing Oxygen Not Included as our main game. We did a few streams on Kerbal Space Program and a little bit on Infraspace. And then our next chapter, the final one, is pretty much robots and no people. So it's not robots took over, but at the same time, no people. So anyway, welcome in Tanya Mom and Relaxo. Glad to see you guys are here. Happy Saturday to everyone as well. Anything else I need to catch up on? Also playing so far? Yes, thank you. We just got a dupe that I thought we picked up before. For those that know Oxygen Not Included, a lot of times it'll be better for you to get a dupe that has more than one interest or an added difficulty on our stream. We're doing duplicates with only one interest. So, we thought that I picked up a decorator earlier, but Abe here actually ended up being a doctor. So I picked up the wrong person. By wrong, I mean, aside from the fact that they had the wrong interest, I was also trying to get all 12 interests filled out before doubling on an interest. So I wanted decorating and tidying before I even got a second doctor. And I didn't read well enough, so we have a second doctor already. But now all we have to do is wait for a tidier, and then we can start doubling on everything and making things a little bit easier. Doing one interest and waiting to double brings extra difficulty to the game that you don't actually need. There's a lot of brain power in this game, I salute you. Well, thank you, because I don't think I'm very good at the game. I do have over 3,000 hours in it, but at the same time, that's mostly just trying to figure out what works. I have a very specific way of playing that makes it feel safe. And I don't know if it's a good thing or not. So this here should be Bossman, and that is number 6, which would be this unassigned table. Excuse me, did you say 3,000 hours? Yes, Piku. To be exact, 3,800 hours. I was happy to be able to uninstall it after a few hundred hours. It's not my favorite game. Dyson Sphere Program is 100% my favorite game. I may have more hours in Oxygen Not Included, but that's because I picked it up a few years before I picked up Dyson Sphere Program. But I would say this is a good contender for my second favorite game. It would be paired with Timberborn, because I definitely like Dyson Sphere more than Timberborn, but they're both somewhat factory games. I wouldn't say that City Skylines 2 is up there. And then again, not even City Skylines 1 is up there in like my top 5. Dyson Sphere is newer. Oxygen Not Included, I first played it back in 2020. In Dyson Sphere Program, I think I waited an extra 2 years before I played it. So I think I've been playing it since 2022 or 2021, I forget. I know I keep my games in order that I can't even look because Oxygen Not Included is on the screen that all my game icons are. When I download a game, I keep the icons in the order that I downloaded them, so it keeps track of when I got everything, no matter how much I play them. And I know Oxygen Not Included came like 3 games before Dyson Sphere Program. But City Skylines 1 was the first game I ever downloaded on the computer. I used to be on the Nintendo Switch strictly for a while because I didn't have a good computer for games, so it was pretty much just Minecraft on a very slow computer, or it was playing Nintendo games. Anyway, because I did forget, Son of Finn, Piku, and Raiders, feel free to lurk. Son of Finn, since you've been streaming for a while, make sure to get up and stretch, get something to eat, get something to drink. Feel free to stay. Feel free to leave, either way. That is also, I mean, these games are in their own universe difficulties and systematic way of playing. Well done. Thank you, Piku. What we're doing right here is making a large room, because right here is a cobalt volcano. We're going to be taming it, and I do that with quotes because really all we're going to do is put it in a water bath, have it make a lot of steam, and then the steam's just going to keep heating up, which means that the molten metal that the volcano is going to produce is going to instantly flash into a solid that we can use, instead of coming down here, putting in a cobalt ore, using power and heating up water to create cobalt. This volcano, we're cooling down molten cobalt to make metal cobalt. And then the rest of the room is going to be for a lot of these thermal aqua tuners, which its main purpose is to take heat out of liquid and put it in the air in a way. That's the best description of what it works. It's used to cool down water that goes into it, but in the same time, it heats up everything around it. So that's why this is in a liquid while cooling down our oxygen, which this is even more complicated. Evaporator, not really an evaporator, because the evaporator would turn the water into steam. The aqua tuner cools down water, but then the machine itself produces a lot of heat. Watching Timberborn somewhere else was also fun, but not really into playing those kind of games. I have a lot of streamers that I follow for that. A fridge? Yes, a fridge would probably be the best description. Because the back of a fridge where it actually has the compressor would probably be the hottest part of the fridge. There's debris in here. We're gonna look away. Because if I look at that for too long, I don't want to get the debris out of there. So, in terms of doing this, we are trying to pump all of the air out of here, but we have one thing in here that's creating chlorine gas. And I need this out of here, and I don't know why they're not picking it up. Oh, it's bugged. If it was able to be an errand, there would be people here. So we're going to cancel that. Re-sweep it. Are they unable to get to it? Oh, Willow's coming in here. Willow? Wubby, what are you doing? You're not going in here. You know what, Max, can I borrow you for a second? Can you come over here? You can, so why are they not picking this up? I might have to reload the game. I sweep that now. It's definitely bugged out. On top of it not being able to be swept, it's also not off-gassing and creating even more chlorine. Sometimes debris does that. We had dug out a piece of bleach stone from right here. There was a piece of sand on top of it, so when the debris fell, sand fell on top of it, and we had to dig the sand to get to this debris. So that, game mechanic wise, I think bugged out the bleach stone. There's also a hatchery in the chat. I almost can see your brain buffering just now thinking. Thank you. I'm glad to know that it shows. Okay, we're gonna do a quick save and reload. So we're just reloading the same save that we did. It should keep everything where it is. Good luck, Gino. You know what, since there's so many extra friends here, I think we will do a fourth extra prediction on what the pod is going to be. If we look at this, it is off-gassing now. Good, so that did fix. And they picked it up. Awesome. So now that's out of here. When they start running on this, this should all get taken out. So let's do a fourth prediction. We were trying to keep it to 3. There wasn't a reason to keep it 3. Although we get 6 of these pods, either 3 or 6 per week. And I have 78 stockpiled here. from over the last year, because I purposely saved a bunch to do during streams. So, we're doing 3 per stream to try and get through them all. Let's do a 4th one. So I'm going to start the prediction. Is that pod going to give us a piece of clothing, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You guys have 10 minutes to predict. Also, if anyone in chat would like to have a dupe named after them, we do have 2 new dupes today. It is Abe, our accidental second doctor, or, as you guys came in during the stream, it is Bossman, our actual decorator. So if you want to, there is a 500 point redeem in chat, or in the redeems. Feel free to wait until after the prediction. Maybe you win extra points. In terms of what we got for the prediction so far today, I know we had 1 building. Wait a minute, no. What, I think we had wallpaper. We had wallpaper, a building, and clothing, but I don't remember what order. I just know wallpaper was first. Not sure. Anyway. Once this gets vacuumed out, we're going to put our oil right here. If I had steel, I would have this completely finished out, but we're going to be coming back to this later on to finish out steel. Steel has a very high overheat temperature of 125 degrees. And luckily, I chose censored. Whoa, I forgot to change that. It was too much stuff to look at. Alright, so how many grams are in here? There's 6 grams. Once it gets to 5 grams, it starts going into 5,000 milligrams. Once we get down to 5 milligrams, it goes down to 5,000 micrograms. It already vacuumed out this entire area, but that's because there was only 1 tile wide. This is going to probably take the longest amount of time because it has to get all this chlorine out before it gets polluted oxygen out. This is going to take a while. It would probably speed up if we dug these 2 tiles away. But we also have a lot of gas over here, so I'm not really in a rush. We do, on the other hand, need 2 people running on treadmills over here. Is something off-gassing? I just saw particles right here. There is stuff off-gassing. Get all this stuff out of here. I don't care what it is, just get it out of here. I know this is polluted dirt, so that's definitely off-gassing. What are you coming over here for? Salt? Okay. Yeah, there's something over here. What is off? Polluted dirt. That makes sense. The chlorine is getting thin here, so the polluted dirt is off-gassing. Which would occasionally make the chlorine gas move. This is going to take quite a while. Maybe not. Up here is in grams, but that's because it's 1 tile leading out of here. You know what? I am going to just bite the bullet and deconstruct those 2 tiles. To allow the air to move a little bit easier. There's even more polluted dirt right here. That is a lot of polluted dirt. I hope everyone read the prediction terms and conditions. Is there actually terms and conditions for that? Never actually paid attention. So this should be draining out quicker. They are a very interesting document, it seems. There actually is terms and conditions? Wow. I mean, I guess there would have to be because it's a gambling type thing. I'm not good with fine prints, I trust. I don't think I know anyone who isn't a lawyer that actually reads the TOS documents. If you push the 3 buttons on the right, you'll find them. I don't want to read them. Be straightforward. I'll be fine. You do read them? Really? Huh. Why? Couldn't I just wing it? I'm gonna deconstruct this tile here because for gas pumps they do a plus sign suction. So if we deconstruct this, that's another point of where air can be taken out. Actually, let's just do this the most efficient way. Deconstruct these two tiles. Because then air can get down to here, and then we can do it from all 4 directions. That is why it took me years to make a Discord account. Oh, wow. I only read patches sometimes, but not terms and conditions. Okay. Now we are almost down to 5 milligrams, which means we're going to have micrograms soon. I do see micrograms popping up here and there on the polluted oxygen. And it looks like all the chlorine's going to soon settle down to here. They should make them an audiobook. That would make it a lot easier. Mainly you don't agree with the terms of service with the Discord. That makes sense. I think they use your information for something. That's usually what people disagree with. I don't remember what it is. I also, you guys need to prioritize doing this. We're using priority of a number 7 for life-related things. So all of our food is on a priority of 7. All of our water is on priority 7. All of our oxygen's on priority 7, but our oxygen is self-powered, so we don't really have to worry about that. Now, I do need to make sure that this starts going up. They can eat sedimentary rock. Why does it seem like they're not eating? They have to be ranched. Or tamed, I mean. This is the best way to get rid of a hydrogen generator. Just, if you deconstruct the hydrogen generator, all the hydrogen that's in it will be sent up into the air, trying to keep our base relatively clean of non-breathable gases. So if we let the hydrogen generator burn through all the hydrogen that's in its pipe and in itself, it should mean that when we deconstruct it, there's minimal hydrogen that gets released. There's still going to be a little bit. Now this is starting to become a vacuum. It's going to take a little bit longer in here because there's so much in here. But as long as this doesn't turn off, you can see that there's some battery power to it. It's probably about halfway emptied. Because this is hundreds of micrograms. That's going to quickly refill this once this pump turns off. It is getting all the oxygen out. We might end up vacuuming this entire thing out before the battery dies. Especially since somebody just came back and ran on the treadmill. We can, at this point, rebuild all of that. And get ready to start digging out all the way over to here. At which point we're going to have to find a way to get water into here. Now we are going to have to do a count of how many tiles are in this entire room. Which I think would be easiest if I put in temporary tiles where there's going to be actual metal tiles later on. And then also put a door right here so this gets cut off. Maths, yes. This is going to need some math because I need to know how much water I need to put in this. So that when it becomes steam, there's enough steam to take the heat from the building so that the buildings don't overheat and break. Okay, this is getting to the point where it's starting to get a vacuum. And eventually this pump is not going to have any gas, and it's going to slowly disappear, going all the way to the right. Which looks like to be now. So there is technically still a gas, but it's also technically a vacuum. It's just trying to figure out that it is a vacuum. You can just barely see that there's a gas moving in there. And it's a vacuum. Alright, so we'll return this on crude water, enable number 7. We'll come down here and break into our oil. We keep insulating this as a door because this is a very hot area. It's 68.5 degrees. And that was overcooking our base. Oh, you need to be released. You can come down here. Our rancher should be able to go over there and get that. There's nobody good in the pod for how we're playing the game. There's a glossy Drecko. Doing pretty good. We had multiple eggs up here. Where did those hatches go? I have no idea, but we're not at a full ranch here. We'll keep that. Is that our automated messages again? We've been streaming for 5 hours. That's 1 extra hour than we usually do. Anyway, I wonder if anyone ever tried to make their actual photo in Ani style artwork. Do you mean as a duplicate? The people that run around? Because I know Echo Ridge, his emote, is one of these characters as him. Echo Ridge Gaming does use a duplicate styled after himself. He's the only one that I know that does it, though. And I did once 3D print a Pop toy figurine. The Pop toys have a bobblehead to it. This didn't have a bobblehead because it was 3D printed. But I then painted it to look like Echo, and I sent it to him about 2 years ago. He had it on his channel for a little bit in the background, but then he changed his room, so we can no longer see it in his channel. Prediction, yes. Let me just finish setting up this area. You know, we'll keep the gas in here just in case I mess up. Also, we're almost done the research here. I think somebody's doing the research right now. Well, they were, when they weren't asleep. Okay. It looks like we have 30 points in clothing. You have another 20 points in buildings. Hopefully one of you two wins, and hopefully it's not decorations or wallpaper. So let's see, what's the blueprint? It is clothing! So congrats on whoever put 30 points in to clothing. Looks like Gino won. Yep, it was 50 points go to Gino. How did you... Oh, right, that's the total amount. It's like, how did you get 50 points? The math didn't work in my head. Right. Oh, there's a Shelmet in chat. Alright, they are slowly filling this with oil. Oil has a very high temperature change threshold. It turns into petroleum at either 399 degrees or it's at 400 degrees, and I forget which number it is. I think it state changes at 399. But either way, this will never get hot enough to change this into petroleum, which is why we're using oil. It's obviously going to be hot enough to turn water into steam because it's steam room. That kind of seems self-explanatory. But anyway, we're going to slowly come in here and delete all the gases down here and the liquid. if we do it right, they will diagonally build tile, which either pushes it over or will delete the gas in that area. And oh, there's bleach stone down here. How do I get the bleach stone out of there without making it off gas? Probably from down below. How do I get over here? Oh, we can get over here. Look at that. So duplicates can jump up 2 tiles. So we need to dig here. Oh, just like that. That was a lot easier than I thought it would be. See, they built that tile diagonally. Now we can delete these 2. And then going all the way over, we're going to just deconstruct this one, dig that one, keep going diagonal. They should be able to build everything. Meanwhile, Gino, winner of the prediction, is going to be over here. Since it was not building, I will burn the game and flip the table. You have another chance next stream. On Monday, we will be doing a relatively longer stream. Usually I have work, which means I can only do 2.5 hours of streaming. But it is a holiday in the US. So I do not have work since I am a school bus driver. I have off. Now, I would normally put a tile right here. But I think if I put a tile there, when they deconstruct it, I think the debris might go up here. It might just drop, it might go up there. So I'm just gonna play it safe and make sure that doesn't go up there. The holiday, I always forget. Oh, it's Columbus Day. It's the day that we celebrate the person that's well known for finding North America. But history has proven that he did not discover America, or the North Americas. So this is pretty much British colonists coming from Britain, coming over to North America, colonizing the East Coast where I'm from. And speaking with Native Americans, either that or that happened for Thanksgiving Day specifically. I think it was a mix between the two. I didn't really pay attention in school. So I'm not the best choice of this. Okay, that's actually okay that that opened. It does mean that we need to put in another tile, though. Okay, I learned something new. Well, hopefully I'm not wrong in what I said. I know there's truth in what I said, but I don't think it's the full truth. Probably not saying correct things. Anyway, they're gonna come up here and build the wrong things. They're gonna trap themselves in here. I need this done yesterday. It is now being rebranded. The holiday is now being rebranded for Indigenous People Day. Okay, Gino didn't get stuck there. History is stories and are only as good as the ones who tell them. Thank you. Okay. Time for you to start lurking. Have fun lurking, Southern Finn. I would imagine you do feel exhausted. I will try to have a great rest of the stream. Your group is always appreciated coming over. I will accept you guys anytime. And I think what we're gonna do... Salt water does not mix well in this. Why is there something being swept over here? Algae. Why is algae being swept? I don't think that was meant to be swept. Okay, they are not dying over here. I mean, it is getting pretty grim. But they're not dying. Let's pick up that bleach stone. Now, there is a little bit of bleach stone down here, but we will be digging this before placing in a tile, so it should just fall. let's get this picture on the correct thing. That's oil and volcanoes. That's not the correct thing. Cooling food, liquids, and pots is the picture we want. So that I can plan out all the tiles. We are going to have to deconstruct these tiles, even though we're probably going to put us back in. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles there. We actually don't need to deconstruct that tile. We just need to dig this tile. And then right here, we actually want a line of tiles going all the way across. There is going to be a mesh tile mixed in here so that gas flow works a little bit better. Hopefully they build this tile first so that we can get down here. Let's put this on a 1. So that they at least don't construct it before doing these. This is also done. So now this will always stay a vacuum until we break it later on to put in power. Alright, Willow, what are you gonna build? Just that one thing and then you're gonna run away? You're gonna build that tile, aren't you? No. Okay. Oh, you almost put the stuff in there. This is gonna release gases. Thank you, Willow. You actually did the one I wanted. That, deconstruct this. And it looks like this one sand tile is actually where we're gonna put the mesh tile. Or is it? No, that looks different. Hold on. Skip tile, tile. Below that is the mesh tile. So it's actually right here. That sand tile is not where we're going to be building it. So I think we are going to need a ladder up to here so that we can build from the top down. Just these tiles, so we don't need this. Deconstruct. Dig. This is the only downside of doing a delete system, is that it takes a while. We're gonna have to deconstruct that one tile. Let's look at this pod. For those that don't know, pressing H brings you to the pod. There is a return camera point, but I keep forgetting that that's there. It's new. Okay, Regus is over here. I want to deconstruct, dig. And we're gonna have to work our way diagonally down to here. It's okay if this water doesn't get deleted, but the air has to get deleted. Let's also put in that door I spoke about before. We don't have any cobalt? Okay, that's another thing we have to get. Where do I have to put a ladder in order to get all of this? Here. And then the rest can be just dug out. So I'll go here. Here. Like that. And then let's queue all of this to be dug. He'll do that eventually, once Gino's done up here. dig that, deconstruct this. And then I am able to just go through this entire thing and dig all of that out. That'll help us get to this area. This is just granite. I thought that looked like bleach stone because of the insulation overlay to it. Gino's already made it all the way over here. So that should be more cobalt for our refinery. We also got a little bit of iron. They finished up there, so let's dig all that. And let's start putting in the tiles up here. So there's 2 there. Skip a tile. 3. Skip a tile, 3 again. Skip a tile, another 3. Skip a tile, and then 4. Skip a tile, and then it should be 2, and then neutronium, which it is. So, we'll keep it like this for now. We are going to dig all of that, at least. And we're gonna have to dig this tile so we can build that, and then diagonal to build that, diagonal again to build this, and also those. So we're gonna have to build all this in. That's fine. I don't think rust off gas, right? No. Okay, we just need someone to come down here and build this. I guess we just have a lot of things to build. We also have some cobalt over here, along with some slugs that we can kill for food. Let's inspect these. Useless machine. I haven't had that before. When intact document remains, an old yellow newspaper clipping. It won't be of much use, but I added it to my database nonetheless. Yeah. Party time for local students. Held in an unconventional party this weekend. While their peers may have been out until the wee hours wearing lampshades on their heads and drawing eyebrows on sleeping colleagues, student Jackie Stern and Olivia Broussard spent the weekend in their dorm, refreshments and decorations ready, waiting for the arrival of the guest of honor themselves. Just meant more snacks for us. That's unfortunate. They made they got ready for a party, no one came. There's a graphite in chat. Deconstruct this. Dig these 2 tiles. I almost got worried about this one piece of sand, but then I realized that there's sedimentary rock above it, so that shouldn't do anything. Where did Gino go? There he is. We also got a little bit of igneous rock over here. Okay, so the Pacu eggs, I don't think we need to worry about anymore. So let's take that off. I took something else off. What was right there? Igneous rock, that's what's missing. Take that off. We actually don't need to worry about pip eggs because we have that on Incubator. Same with Pokeshell Row. We'll keep Shinebug and Sun. You know what? We don't actually need to look at those. We're not going to look at databanks. For right now. I'm going to put a bin up there. We're going to put all the database in there. And then the rest should be food or related stuff. We don't need gold amalgam. Or hatch eggs. So that cleaned this up quite a bit. We're getting this a little bit closer to being done. We're gonna have to deconstruct another tile. Gino did just finish digging out all the cobalt, so people are gonna come over here to get that. Just making sure that they all stay a vacuum. Regus to the rescue to build in a tile, or at least just supply the tiles. Once we get this relatively ready, we'll figure out what we're doing for a raid. So we might go to 6 hours. Oh, I didn't know you could reach that. Looks like Regus is coming in to build some tiles. We might be able to build this tile, or not. Okay. Right, now we should be able to dig all this. I'm gonna have to move that pump. Deconstruct it for right now. I'm gonna grab power line and pipe to right there, because we're just gonna move the pump up one. Put that back in just in case. You never know. We construct those two tiles. Gino still didn't dig this out. I'm not sure why. Also, at this point, we can build these in. And I'm probably going to want this as steel, so let's not build that in yet. Oh wait, don't build this tile. I need to be able to get up here to build this in. Welcome in, Regus! We were actually going to raid you earlier, but we ended up playing more Oxygen Included than normal. So, welcome in everyone. My name is Coda, for those that don't know me. On this channel, we play a selection of all of my games in an order that shows mankind's progression through technology, and occasionally we do polls on how we're going to be playing a game. Fortunately for this game specifically, we don't have polls on what we're going to be doing, except for later on. Ah, raid message, sorry, I wasn't there to tell you. We did a chapter on medieval games. We did a chapter on modern city builder games. And right now we're doing space travel with Oxygen Included as our main thing. Now, what we're doing right now is a very large volcano tamer, as well as aqua tuners for cooling all of our liquids later on, which aren't going to be done anytime soon. We're just doing placeholders right now. And what else am I forgetting? I don't know. So, welcome in, raiders. Feel free to lurk. Feel free to get up, get stretched. I know Regus has been streaming for 6 hours and a half, I think, or 7 hours. I forget when you started. Either way, make sure to get up and stretch, do some after stream care. And you know what, chat? Let's do a 5th prediction, just because we had 2 raids. Earlier today, Southern Fin came in and said hi. Southern Fin and Pico have now left. They had to go do something. Anyway, before we do the prediction, welcome in Naomi Cat, Regus, obviously, Mad King Chris, Sophie, welcome in. Sophie, you didn't miss the raid. You were here. It still says you raided in. So let's do a 5th prediction. We've been trying to keep it at 3, but we're going to do prediction per raid. Let's say, is the blue pod in the top left corner going to be clothes, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? The last prediction was, in fact, clothing. So you have 10 minutes to put any amount of points you can into that. We also have 2 unnamed dupes. We have a designer, who is right now Gosman, and we have a secondary doctor named Abe, which ironically has slime lung. Our doctor is infected. Alright, now we're gonna put a tile right here. We're gonna dig up and get into here. We're also going to slowly continue digging this way. And we put in these temporary building placements so that I can see what our room is going to be in total, because I need to math out how much steam I need in here. What's in this pod? Water or Doctor Tidier. That would have been good if we weren't doing the 1 interest per dupe thing. We only have 5 more tiles to build over here before we can just dig out everything and come over here. Gino should be able to get all the way over here. Yep, here we go. And they were only able to do 1 tile. Oh, do you have slime lung? You do, Gino. Hopefully Willow can help you dig everything then. Slime lung means that you run out of oxygen fast. So you end up needing more oxygen than usual. Now, I am going to temporarily... Maybe not temporarily. I was going to put in a feeder for the shells. We can wait. This hydrogen generator is now empty, so we can deconstruct it and not have to worry about hydrogen being inside it. There may still be some. There are micrograms of hydrogen in there. That's fine. But it's not enough for this second generator to burn through all this hydrogen. Okay. We're gonna deconstruct all of this. And this. They shouldn't be able to eat the pipes because it's igneous rock until they become stone hatches, so we shouldn't have to worry about anything. But what I wanted to do was put in a grooming station. Oh, this is gonna want no industrial equipment. Alright, we're gonna just bite the bullet and come up here. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. Dig that 1 tile. Build a ladder right there. We had 2 generators, so let's put 2 generators. This is still going to be temporary. So nothing too extravagant. We're gonna need to connect this in. Do I have enough cobalt to run all the way down here? I do. Do I have enough to do all this? I do again. Connect all of that. Then we need to just go like... Oh, that's a lot of hydrogen on that line. We're gonna go like this. And then just tie this directly in. We'll let this burn through that hydrogen when it gets to it. In the meantime, I think I'm just going to deconstruct all of that along with the smart battery. You know what? Not the smart battery. Cancel. You deconstruct it all the way. Never mind. I was gonna say that would cut into our power over here. How are they doing on the other thing? Still didn't finish all this, but I think that's due to Gino not being able to dig far enough. Dig that tile. Back to hydrogen. This should be empty. That's empty. This is the hatch ranch, so it shouldn't need any power on the bottom. We are going to have a power line going right there. Not right here. Yes, here. Not right here. Ooh, that's how it connects all the way over. That means we can't build food. Build food. That means we can't make food. Alright, so I am going to prioritize that and that. That connects us all in that area. Just doesn't mean that we have powered production aside from our treadmills here. Also going to deconstruct this. We have a bunch of batteries up here. That will also allow me to place this in cobalt. Right there. I can then make some pipes. A liquid bridge. Tie that in. That'll take some of the water and put it in here for infinite loop. There's not too much carbon dioxide for that to kick on and do anything with. Is the power. The power has gone all the way up to here. We're just doing the final automation stuff. So that's fine. That'll get finished. Focusing over here. Gino is not digging this out. Willow should be able to. But Willow is a builder, so she's focused on building what she can reach before digging. Hydrogen did come up here. We do have quite a bit of cobalt, so let's take a quick detour. And go back to building in more of our power spine. There is a Shroomish. I almost said Smoochum. That's a different Pokemon. There is a Shroomish in chat if anyone wants one. Okay, so from here we have this entire floor ready. Then over on this line we have smart storage to smart storage. Then another 2 to smart storage. And skip one, go up for medical building. Connect that in. That's that whole floor done. Down here in our food area, we go to this, we go up. Over here we do the opposite to here and up. Connect you straight across. That is almost done. We do the same exact cord on this floor. We don't need that there. That's not even in the floor. What, Mama? Looking for your babies who are still sleeping on the bed? Hi. I see you looking at me. Hey, Mama. What are you doing? I don't know if you guys can see her. You can kind of see her tail occasionally. What's she doing? Hi. She has quickly become accustomed to being a indoor cat. And now allows me to head bonker. So I am able to brush my head against her just like I used to do with Tori. She also very quickly took to getting kisses. I was surprised about that. She's a cutie. I do really need to figure out what's going on with my computer and figure out how to get that second or third camera at this point back working. Do not be alarmed by the wire turning yellow and red. Where did the other one go? I see my favorite just jumped off the bed. Alright, that's gonna get done eventually. Over here, Gino... very slowly doing this. Oh, Gino doesn't have slime lung anymore. Ah, you almost got that done. The only thing we're pressed in doing is this portion here. These 6 tiles are the last amount of gases that we need to delete before we finish everything. There shouldn't be anything else that can off-gas within the tiles that we're going to build or in the tiles that we're going to dig. I am slowly working my way over here. That is bleach stone. Hopefully the debris goes straight down like it has been. And I do see that the prediction is ready. So let's do our regular pod first. Second decorator. We're not going to do that. We need to find a tidier first. We will take algae because that's what we're currently feeding our fish. And then these guys, for some reason, are not getting filled with water. Don't know why. We're gonna ignore it for now. Let's look at our pod. What are we getting? Clothing, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? Clothing again! So whoever put in a total of 2,000 points, you guys get all the other points. So let's see, a total of 4,649 go to Regus exclusively. Congrats, Regus. Alright, there are a lot of pips in here. That is definitely a working ranch. Our hatches... oh, we can actually set this up to being the ranch, how it's going to end up being. Cobalt, move this over. At some point, we're going to be shipping in igneous rock and just dropping it on the floor. For a while, we are not going to do that. We should really close this off. We don't need to go down here anymore. Let's close this off so less polluted oxygen come up here. Okay, they're starting to get this area done. Regus, you're back to having slime lung again. Oh wait, no, I was talking to Gino before. Why is this getting a lot of polluted? Oh, there's polluted dirt everywhere. Okay. You know what? I need you guys to build that right now. We have some power due to them, but we need this done. I have slime lung in real life right now. Oh no. The streamer flu is real. Right, what are they prioritizing? They have this tile, these 6. They have 8 tiles left. Before I can just deconstruct everything, or dig everything, I mean. I should probably come over here and figure out if it is dormant. So that's going to be a big thing here. I also need to find a way to get down here. So that we can build these tiles. Wait. We'll cancel that. If this isn't dormant, we'll dig down here to get to these tiles. But if it is dormant, we'll be fine with digging out everything. Here comes Willow. Oh, in case I forgot to say, there are 2 dupes that are unnamed if anyone wants to do the 500-point redeem to name a dupe. I know I said it to Southern Fin before they left, but I don't remember if I said it to Regis's raid. Ooh, it's dormant. We won't know for how long until we analyze it, but this at least means that I can see how much tiles are going to be in this room. So dormant is good and bad. It's good because we have a safer opportunity to fill this area with water. It's bad in the fact that we don't know right now when it's going to become not dormant, and that we'll have cobalt to be able to use without having to refine it. Now they did finish all of this, so I'm going to carefully choose where I'm going to dig to, which I think should be this entire area there. Then we just have to wait for them to build this tile before we go down one. Oh, they're going to dig this out. Cancel that. We're trying to keep this as a vacuum for as long as we can without having to turn on the pump again. Although we can physically turn on the pump. We're trying to avoid doing so. Cobalt, we have 900. So let's continue this madness. And then we get into the kitchen, which is going to have quite a bit of cords coming in and out. There's one there, one here. There is a mosquito in my room. There is now not a mosquito in my room. Right next to this light is an auto sweeper. Over here is a conveyor loader. Then we have a light. Auto sweeper below the light. Over here we have a light, skip a tile, conveyor loader. And then way over here is another conveyor loader that connects it all together. And that's where we run out of cobalt for right now. Could you guys build this one tile, please? I could care less about the rest of the stuff. You know what? I am going to prioritize all of those tiles. Ooh, and this one. Just to make sure they get built as fast as I can. Still a vacuum. They did a little bit decoration. Oh, we should probably check our skills. Our decorator is about halfway to being Masterworks. I'm trying to hold off doing the statues until we have Masterworks completed. That's all we need in here for this to become a great hall. Alright, they added the stuff in here, but they didn't build it yet. Gino. You could have built that one tile. We're gonna get further down here. Once they build this tile, we can deconstruct this, add the tile back to up here. No, we should wait to build that tile until after this is done. And actually, we can't build these until this is done. Let's do it like this. This can be made into a tile, which it will be later on anyway. We apparently found some mafic rock. That's probably from when we dug this out. Oh, that's granite and obsidian. Never mind. Deconstruct this. That's so little water in that area. And then I should be able to slowly do this as there's nothing to build over here. Should I get them to do a mass mop of this area? They give off polluted dirt, that's fine. We have been waiting for them to sweep that up for a while though. Good job, Regus, finishing off that one tile. Now dig that out. We're almost finishing the rest of the floor. Wait, why is this being made out of granite? What? No, it's not supposed to be granite, it's supposed to be igneous rock. Aw, man. When did it turn into granite? Looks like right here. For the most part, we can switch it out very easily. Down to there. Which would mean... I'm gonna leave that as being a build Aaron later. We can just go straight across the top and redo all that very easily, as well as this one. This may release some water when we change it. Could be fine, but we might not. Why is that poke shell just stuck in here? You guys see this, right? Don't know why they're stuck in there, but they are. Why is there oxygen in here? Oh, it moved. There's a pultund. Oh, you caught it. Nice, Gina. We can deconstruct this tile. We can queue all this up to be dug. No, let's do it safe and just do the top level. And all of this is going to be iffy on if we can do it safely. I think we can do this safely. This stuff we definitely can't. I'm going to go like this. Dig everything down a tile. Build temporary tiles above it. Just like that. And then we should be able to change out all of this for igneous rock. Only 2 more tiles to go. Sorry, I'm moving the microphone a little bit. It started to slide backwards. Now, why did oil come down here? You weren't supposed to do that. Regas to the rescue. Trying to build that tile for us. Here comes Willow finishing it off. All thanks to Regas putting in his few cents. They're mopping the oil. I should probably tell them to mop this amount of oil right there. Once they build this one tile, we can dig out everything. Actually, right now I should be able to see how much stuff we need in here. So, in order for this to be a room, it has to be less than 128, but we don't really care about that. All we need to know is that there is 161 total tiles in here right now. That does not include the 6 tiles here and the 2 tiles down here. So we actually have 169 tiles in here. And what we need to do is put in that amount of steam. I think it's 100 kilograms of steam per tile we need. We need 169 kilograms of steam. Is that already igneous rock? Yeah, it is. Look at that. I'm gonna queue that up. We'll just mop up whatever falls in here. So how do we get that amount of water in here? I think we just pump it in, honestly. Nothing in there. There was a loud noise. It sounded like someone broke something. Hi, Mama. Trying to think of what we need to do. We definitely need this done. So that we can move this stuff around. We do now have some amount of coal being created. We don't have a lot of hatches, but we do have some amount of coal. And if we take a look at these, we should be seeing that stone hatches are starting to get brought up. Sage hatches should be going away. What happens? Sage hatch does not eat what it can. I think at some point we might just end up getting hatch eggs. I'm getting ready to copy the setting over. Ah, you stink. deconstruct all of those. Don't need them now. Did they finish doing this? They have not. They're getting close. They were also doing this stuff. Do we just pump in salt water? Or polluted water is going to off gas. Right, here's what I think we're going to do instead. I'm going to bring this over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I think it has to go here. You know what? We're gonna turn this around. And then this is going to be a little bit less of a temporary system. Now, I want it to go this way first. Oh, this is already done. We can deconstruct that then. That's gonna make some amount of water go down on the floor. Let's bring this all the way down to here. And then we just need a bridge right here. No water actually came down here, so they're fine. Let's prioritize finishing up all this. So build that. Why is this damaged? Oh, it's the wire behind it. Never mind. We do have a little bit of cobalt right now, but not a lot. We actually have 595. Oh, the amount that's over here. Congrats, Gene, on catching a bunch of Pokemon today. Now, we are doing a different system over here with 2 of them, because each pipe going in carries 10 kilograms, and each one of these water sieves can only do 5 kilograms at a time on an output. So we're doing 2, so we're always outputting 100%. Here's the water I was talking about. Sweep all that up. We're gonna have to do a mass sweep down here. This stuff is bothering me now. So I put all that sweeping on a 7 as well. Hopefully. I click on 1, it should say, yep, it's on a 7. Didn't do too bad on my collecting. You did not. I think you got at least 4 Pokemon today. For those who are new to the Pokemon thing, it is somewhat randomized on how much you watch a person, which determines how much Pokemon you catch. So I think it's if you watch a person more often, you catch less in their stream. Could be wrong on that. I have been prioritizing upgrading the pipes to being insulated before building the rest of the stuff. And I have cleaning up this on a 7 as well, because it's mostly just water. I can pump water over here. Oh, and you were coming in here. Oh, there's igneous rock in here, isn't there? Don't hatch. We got our first stone, baby. So you know what? We're getting rid of all the sage hatches. And we have now hit our 6th hour. Are these growing? That's not what I wanted. Okay, 2 of them are growing. The other, however many, are bothered by heat. This pipe being insulated should help. And I already know that they can't pick up the eggs. That's fine. Once we get 24 dupes, everything's going to be done very quickly. Right now, they're all trying to figure out who's going to do what. We also did not do priorities for the newest dupes. So this is a doctor, and this is a decorator. In terms of schedule, we're going to have Abe on the correct segment. So we're going to duplicate that. We're going to move it over by 2. Yeah. We're going to move Abe to that. This is slowly getting done more. If they could finish this, I know both of this, the sweeping and the building is on a 7 for right now, so I know that's why they're taking a while to do both. I would put this on a 7, but they're still bringing stuff out of here, so it's probably going to get dropped more. There's a Tailo in chat if anyone wants one. It's a little bird. Just keep making sure they can pick this stuff up. Almost done getting all the debris from down here. There's a doctor or 3 puff eggs. We're not going to get the puff eggs for right now. We do have a puffed out here somewhere. I forget where they were. Right there. We're going to have more. We are going to be ranching all 3 types of puffs. Oxalate, fluid oxygen, and chlorine puffs. Well, that's not for a while. I'm going to drop the wood. A little bit there. Pick all that up. And then come down here and pick up all of this water on that side of the colony. Then all of this. I just did a mass delete. I'm gonna have to just cancel everything in this area. And then re-queue it. There we go. That could have been bad. Now, picking up this water shouldn't take too long. The thing that's probably going to take the longest is digging or cleaning up this area. Can also cancel picking up all of that. What are our consumables looking like? Yes to all that. No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes, yes, and yes. Okay, so the only thing we had to take off was bog jellies. Just checking on the kittens. We have spent a few more cycles. This is still dormant. And I think what this door should be is allowing them to come in but not leave. Because that is so that they prioritize the nature reserve. So they should be able to get down here quicker now. We also don't need this system anymore. That was our temporary air cleaner. Hello, you two. And we're back in ads again. Oh wait, don't cancel, don't deconstruct these. We're gonna want that so we can still breathe down here. Because we have a lot of chlorine gas that's getting in the way. Okay, so now they should be going to here. Building all of that. And then if we just take this... No, we didn't want to do that. Bring it all the way over to here. We can just block this in and wait for the cobalt volcano to turn on. That is out of igneous rock. No, we are not. Alright, let's see if they can build all this. Did you step in the water again and scare yourself? We did do a lot of stuff today. We got our base pretty much figured out. We got some early stage cooling, which hasn't turned on since we cooled it down. This is dormant now for another 30 cycles, so we are going to run out of water, but not oxygen. Which is why I didn't turn on the bathrooms yet, because we don't have a stable source of water. The bathroom on itself does produce enough water for itself to keep running. So technically we do have enough water for the bathroom. I just don't want to set it up yet. I'm trying to get rid of this here. How much cobalt do we have? Are we ready for more lines? We probably are. So let's do the next amount. There's a kitten playing with stuff they shouldn't be playing with. They looked at the bottle and then walked away. Good. Don't start climbing up in the chair. They changed their mind. Anyway. We're gonna start putting in all the power from over here. Oh, they're playing with stuff again. I scared them. They ran. We're all good. Okay, so over here, the power's going to be on this line. And starting on the far right. Another raid? Welcome in, everyone. For those that don't know me, my name is Coded. On my channel, we play all of my games in a specific order to show off mankind's progression through technology. We were on the chapter 3. Our first chapter was on Our first chapter was on medieval city builder games, which was like Manor Lords and Settlement Survival. We did a second chapter on modern builder games, like City Skylines 2 and other city-styled games. And now we're in space travel, where we're doing our main game on Oxygen Not Included, but we do have plans for other games later on, if you're interested. Our fourth chapter is pretty much after mankind has gone away, and now it's robot character games. So, for example, Dyson Sphere Program works in that area because you're controlling a robot. But there's other games mixed with it. So, welcome in, everyone. I see a few familiar faces, obviously Taco and Kutai. Taco, I don't know if you know. Oh, no, you were here, never mind. There is a dupe in my colony named Taco. There's also a dupe named after Taco's dog, from what I understand. Max, the goodest boy. Hello, Rain. I remember you as well. Let me say hello to everyone else. Variable Label and Bacon Bits. I love that name. Welcome in first time chat of Hellwalker. For Taco and Raiders, feel free to lurk. Taco, if you've been streaming for a while, make sure to get up and stretch, something to eat, get something to drink, use the restroom. And if anyone has enough points and would like to, there is a 500 point redeem for naming dupes or vents and geysers. We have 2 dupes that are new, so we have Gossman and Abe who are available. We also do have some geysers that we're currently using, or that you can name. We have this natural gas geyser, which we'll be using later on. This is a volcano we're not going to be using. But we also have this saltwater geyser, which is right now our main water source. There is a second one over here that we're going to be taming later on, but we're working towards getting this cobalt volcano. And we did the math on all this stuff. Why isn't this getting water? Sorry, I'm getting squirreled for a second here. You aren't getting water for why? No, it's not water. It's you don't have sand. Are we out of sand? We are out of sand. I should have been keeping track of that. But anyway, this can be deconstructed. We were working on getting this last bedroom actually a bedroom. Me knowing Ani lore about managing robot whistles innocently. I don't know what you mean. Okay, that's connected incorrectly. We can get rid of this. And then all this should go back to working. We just need to figure out how we're going to get sand for over here. We do have sand. Why don't we have sand? No, we do. I am confused. That's not a sand storage. We need a sand storage. Alright, right here we are working on a cobalt volcano tamer as well as the bare bones for our water cooling system. So there's going to be a ton of aqua tuners in here once we get steel up and running. We ran into an issue of using too much cobalt ore in a refinery, so we're trying to get off of the refinery for cobalt specifically. We also unplug this again. We don't need this opened anymore. We're done with oil. I've been trying to make as little oil escape from here. What are you doing? Regus? I know that look. I know the look in a dupe's eyes when they're gonna build themselves in a hole. That face is someone who is caught in the act. Combat. Who are you fighting? Oh, you're fighting the sage hatches. Okay. Digger, no. Dirt, yes. For those who are new, we're doing an added difficulty to Oxygen Not Included, where each one of our dupes can only have one interest. On top of that, we were trying to not get a duplicate dupe interest until we have all 12 interests. Now you might be saying 12, there's 13. But we're not doing exosuit training, so that's the only one that we're not doing. We accidentally got a doctor earlier, thinking that it was a decorator. So Abe is our accidental 13th dupe before we needed the 13th dupe. We're now waiting for a rocketry person and a tidier. That should bring us up to 13 total, right? We're at 10. That's because Gossman is not in supplying yet. As alongside them having one interest, we're doing all of them into supplying tier 2 so that they have the 800 kilogram capacity carrying. This is ready for sand. Put that on a 7. And that's not what I want to do. That's what I wanted to do. There is stuff up here. Why isn't this... Because it's not carbon dioxide, it's chlorine stuck here. We have automation over here to stop this from running constantly. What it's doing is pumping all the carbon dioxide from our carbon sink up into this, which is going to be a room locked off where carbon dioxide cannot leave, no other gas can get in. Right now it's kind of blocked off in a way. We haven't really finished that yet, but that will at some point be where all this carbon gets sent to, because this is going to be a closed base at some point. Which reminds me, since that is disconnected, we can build... That was made out of granite. Where did all of our igneous rock... Was it all in here? There's an Ekans in chat. There's also Joya Seed. Most of the igneous rock is stuck in there. I get why they're going in there then. I should probably see if I have Ekans. Looks like I have Ekans. Good luck, Gino. Alright, so now I should have... Not enough, but I do have igneous rock. Where's the next portion of igneous rock we're going to dig out? There's a tiny bit there. Let's go to this big piece right here. I'm using igneous rock for our main building ore, because we're going to have a lot of volcanoes on this map. For those that may want to use this map due to how much stuff it has going on, that is not how you spell seed. That is the seed we are using. There is only one story trait of the Somnium synthesizer. Still have 0 igneous rock right now, because they're still building up this. All right, let's put in our pipe here. Dig the rest of this out. Hope that this stays dormant for the entirety of us studying it, I guess would be the way to call it. Ekans have escaped. Better luck next time, Gino. You went from catching everything to missing a snake. Oh, there's another puff over here. Cool. Now we know of 2 puffs on our map. Oh, there's some coal right here. We're not really in an issue with coal. I forgot the coal is in one of the biomes. How is the Dreckos food over here doing? It is getting pretty hot over here. Not sure why specifically this area is hot. I think it's just a degree off from being cool enough. We were having an issue with this stuff cooling or heating up this area. Oh, we have batteries up here. I forgot about them. Forgot that they give heat. Why isn't this working? We need to add a manual generator right here. It has coal that it can use. It just didn't use it. The rest of our coal is up here. So that is giving water to this area. Slicky is coming over here. Slicky does not have an Atmos suit, so it's going to take them quite a while to do this. I'm just hoping that this stays dormant the entire time. It doesn't have to stay dormant to do this, but it'd be nice to have this taken care of beforehand. Should probably do priority sweep on all this. Now, I am going to purposely overfill this area. Did I previously put... That's the wrong thing. Did I previously put... Remember to change shifts, please. I did. We could probably use putting them in. They would be in utilities, temp shift plate. We're gonna need a couple on obsidian. I have it here, so that means right there. The rest can really be anything. Sedimentary is thermally reactive. That would be better than igneous rock, right? Igneous rock is just slow heating. Okay, a lot of these tiles are just temporary. Here. Here. Not right there. Here, here. Skip here. And then there would be another one here, but we're using that to keep the water up here until the volcano actually shoots off. I don't know how many tiles of water I need. Does anyone know the math on how much water or how much steam one tile of water creates? Is it 1 kilogram of water equals 1 kilogram of steam? Or is it one full tile of water being 1,000 kilograms is 100 kilograms of water or steam? Kutai is saying yes. I'm going to assume it's 1 to 1. So let me just cut that for a second. Unless you correct me. One tile is 1 ton, and it's 1 to 1 with steam. Okay. I need 100 kilograms of steam for my buildings later on to not break apart. And if we take a look at the room, which is now 4 tiles bigger than it's going to be. 171 minus 4, that's 167 tiles? No, 166, because it's counting this oil. $165, because this is going to be deleted, this tile here. 164, because that's going to also be deleted. So, if I'm correct, I need... Pulling out my calculator on my phone. So it's going to be 100 kilograms per tile. That makes it easy. It's now 16,400 kilograms total. We have how many tiles here? So it's that number divided by 9 is how much we need in each tile. That's a full tile plus 822.222222 kilograms. So that is good to know that we still need to bring in even more. That should start coming back in. Now that we have this being stored with sand, hopefully, this should also be getting filled in occasionally. This is almost done. I can't tell how close it is to being done, but it's almost done. Let's also queue up all of that being swept up. Slicky is doing honest work here. It does not matter how much water overspills into this area down here. We're just keeping water up here so that it initially flashes the steam and then it can slowly spread over. Eventually we're going to have aqua tuners down here that are going to be heating up the bottom portion. So we may run into an issue where this needs more water just in this specific area. It might become a vacuum at some point, but who knows. It'll be fine later on. We're slowly doing all the pressure plates, which is good. This is the only one that needs to be obsidian due to the heat of the volcano. This volcano, I can't tell how close it is to being done. Alright, let's grab no hatch eggs. We're trying to get into stone hatches. But we have had 2 other streamers come in, rate our channel. And each time we did a prediction for them on top of our 3 already predictions from earlier in the stream. So what we're going to do for Taco's chat, anyone who's still here and not currently lurking, we're going to do another prediction. So it's going to be for the blue pod in the top left corner of the screen. Is it going to be clothes, buildings, decorations, or a piece of wallpaper? You have 10 minutes to put some points in. And I forgot that we didn't set this up to be for data. Put that on databanks. We're going to put it on a 6 so it's a higher priority than just random stuff. And I am getting worried about the Dreckos. We do have some untamed Dreckos over here in case something goes wrong. Let's sweep all this up on top of doing all this sweeping. Not sure why they're choosing to put everything together instead of sweeping this area. Slicky has to be getting close to being finished. There we go. How long do we have? 22 cycles. So it's going to be a while before we have our cobalt up and running. In the meantime, we do have some more power, or more cobalt for using in power. So let's come over here and finish getting this area ready. So if we start over on the right, this vent is going to be moved. That's actually not in the right spot. We're going to connect this up to here. That's going to be an auto sweeper. And then if we go to here, this is conveyor loader. Don't worry about the color of the lines. That's because everything is on one line. It will get changed. And I did something like that for some reason. And then we have an auto sweeper right here. Over here we have another auto sweeper. Then we have the oven. We go over to here, we have this. And then down here is another auto sweeper. Right here's an auto sweeper, here's an auto sweeper. Didn't need that one tile, we'll switch that out. We do have an auto sweeper here, so that's going up. And then the rest is correct. Let's cancel that. I need to deconstruct this. Those. I'll deconstruct this, but that is currently our refrigerator. We don't need that tile. Alright, let's continue down to the next portion, since we have a lot more cobalt. That connects this into over here. We then have this and an auto sweeper. 2 tiles over is a conveyor loader. Then we have 2 conveyor loaders, an auto sweeper. Right here is another auto sweeper. Then, right here at this pedestal is a conveyor loader. And this pedestal is going to be turned into 3 pedestals right there. If I take a look at the power for the moment, we're going to deconstruct all of this, and this, all of this, and all of this. It is going to temporarily cut this portion off from the power network. That's fine. The thing that's causing us a lot of power is when we're actually making more cobalt. We do need more power going down further. Our next thing is the Paku Ranch. We're adding power to this, because there's going to be a lot of auto sweepers and conveyor loaders. And it starts 2 tiles over from the ladder and just connects all the way over into here. We apparently had enough power for that, or enough copper. Cobalt, I mean. There is a Bonsly in chat, if anyone wants a bonsai tree. So, starting at this pump, we go 3 tiles, then another 3 tiles. These are for solid sorters. They're 3 tiles wide. They are also on the bottom of this, so we need to go there. Up here and down. Up here, down. And the last one should be 1 tile in. Yes, it is. That is the entire middle portion completed. So the only other thing we need to build in is the solid sorters for down here is going to be on its own line going straight down this ladder. And then we also need to get the hatches, or the ranches up to start. They haven't done this stuff yet. That's not what I want. Priority 7. We need this going now. How much is down here? 200 kilograms. We're gonna wait until this is at least 700, and then we're gonna cut off all the water. This is doing 10 kilograms of water per pipe, but we need more than that. should be coming over here to get this started. Because at least one manual generator will get the auto sweeper going to allow coal to go into the generators. We have another stone hatch, so let's just get rid of these and stone hatch. We have a glossy Drecko. This is going to be for glossy. This is for regular Dreckos. We are going to do a wrangle. And they are going to end up starving. We also do not need these up here anymore. Actually, we'll keep them there in case all the Dreckos die. But let's wrangle you. The rest can just die on their own. I am surprised that these are still alive. I thought they would have died due to starvation. But I guess when they're not ranched, they don't need food. This can't be for stone hatches yet, because we don't have them hatched yet. So we're just going to go like that. And this, we had it connected into power, would give us plastic. So, we still don't have the prediction ready yet. There's another 2 minutes left to the prediction. Once we do the prediction, we are going to find someone to raid out to, because we have gone over quite a bit longer than I expected us to. We are going on almost 7 hours of streaming. Just because I keep getting squirreled trying to finish this off before the cobalt volcano starts waking up. We do have all the debris out of here except for the data bank. This is almost at 600 or 700. That is the perfect emote from Echo Ridge. This is almost at 700. I think this is good enough to cut off now. We just cut you there. Then we can deconstruct this and add in pipe there. And then that should be all the water we need in this area for the buildings to not overheat. For the cobalt volcano, this water is probably going to get hot enough to flash this oil into petroleum before we get enough plastic to put steam turbines on this. We may get enough to do this, but I'm not sure. A doctor or lime? We'll get some lime. We don't need a doctor. We have 2 doctors. Alright, how are they on the wires? They're not completely done, but they're getting close. The thing that takes the longest is the temp shift plates, because they take 800 kilograms each. Oh, this brings up a good thing here. The stone hatches are going to eat igneous rock. Can they still eat sedimentary? Stage hatches. They're stone. Can they still eat something? Yes, they can. Okay, then we're fine. We can wait until we get a volcano tamed before turning them onto igneous rock. That door's not damaged, it's the wire that's behind it. Alright, it looks like the prediction is ready. We have 2,600 points in clothing. We have 50 points in buildings, 0 points in decorations, and a whole whopping, wait for it, is the largest amount, 10 points in wallpaper. So, we are going to do our prediction. We're then going to save the game, get ready to raid out. Ignoring the suffocation warning that just showed up there. We have wallpaper. Congrats to whoever put in 10 points to wallpaper. You just got almost 3,000 points. I don't know who did it yet. Welcome in first-time chatter, Athena. I recognize you from, I think, Willow's chat. So choose outcome. It's going to be wallpaper. Congratulations on getting however much that was. It says 3,000 points. 2,620 points go to Athena. Riga says rigged. Regus, I'm assuming you put the most amount in clothing. I can't see who put... Wait, yes I can. Regus, you put everything in clothing. Alright, let's save the colony. Or save the game. We're going to take our screenshot because eventually this is going to be on YouTube. So this is going to be our screenshot for YouTube. It's going to be how our colony looks right now. And before we find someone to raid out to, let me remind everyone that this Monday in 2 days is a holiday for the US. So unlike normal, where I have work and can only stream for 2.5 hours, we are going to be streaming for a minimum 4 hours like our usual Saturday streams. It is going to be from 10 a.m. EST to roughly 2 p.m. EST. If it's anything like today, we may go past it. We have gone almost 3 hours extra. It is almost 5 p.m. my time, and we usually stop at 2 p.m. So, we're going to go like this. We're going to go into our raid out scene. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Wednesdays and Fridays from 10 a.m. EST to 12:30 p.m. EST, and on Sundays from 10 a.m. EST to 2 p.m. EST.